Hello, everybody, and welcome to the second live stream of today. Today I'm doing two 4-hour live streams. They're hard on your throat. And so if somebody could give me a thumbs up in the chat if the audio is working, that would be much appreciated. I'll take a little drink here. I had a bunch of water. So, welcome to the chat. Let me see if I got a thumbs up for the audio. Yep. Thumbs up, I think, yeah. So I think we're good. So basically, I already talked about a lot of stuff this morning. I rattled on for nearly an hour talking about why I even am doing this live chat. I'll do some of it again because not everyone is going to see both of these live streams. And so for those of you who don't know me, I teach the largest programming course in the world. And that's Python for Everybody. And that's available on Coursera and edX and around the world. And I have been doing this for a long time. And my goal when I started was to be an outreach, like a greeter for technology and programming, to say to people who didn't think perhaps that they belonged in programming or that they didn't have the skills. There's this common misconception that math is important for programming, and nothing could be further from the truth. And some Python classes, they started back in 2012 on Coursera, and they would expect that you would know trigonometry as somehow a prerequisite. And it just turns out that for engineers who are going to be professional computer scientists, you're not going to go into engineering unless you've had a really strong background in math, and that was always known as a prerequisite. And so the big problem is that so many people are not good at mathematics. Mathematics is more of a measure of the extent to which you can learn things that you sort of can't see, that don't make sense to you, that are just sort of abstract notions, like the area under a curve is an abstract notion. Math is beautiful, and I love math, but it surprisingly has very little to do with computer science. Well, it actually has plenty to do, not even computer science. But for me, there is a difference between programming and computer science. And computer science has historically been a very difficult field. It's not just about programming. And I have computer science degrees, and I look at the skills that I have, and they're not math. But in order to get 3 degrees in computer science, I had to be very, very careful and thoughtful and do classes that I didn't really feel like I was learning how to be a better programmer. Although a computer science degree is great, and so you should go ahead, and if you're going to get a computer science degree, I'm happy to prepare people, and have prepared many people to take the class that they take so that when they get to computer science, they're going to do better. And so I spent the first 5 years of my time on Coursera as kind of the welcoming committee to anything technical, and it's very successful. And one of the things that, if you've taken my classes, you've seen that I've done is I have office hours around the world. office.drchuck.com. Oops.com. Oh, come back. There we go. Oh. So if you, let me switch over here and go into split screen mode. There we are. If you go to office.drchuck.com or www.chuck.com, you can find all the office hours that I've had with my students all around the country, all around the world. Australia, I have never been. I've been to South Africa. I haven't been to South America ever. I've been to, I don't know. Let me just pick one. Oh, actually, no, I'm going to pick one and talk about it. Let's go find one here in Spain. Yeah, it's this one right here. So you can go in and you can see them. And this is one of my face-to-face office hours. And let's see if you can hear it.
Hello everybody, Chuck here. I'm in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean on the way back from Spain. So here we go. So tell us your name or say.
Hi, I'm Herman. I'm really pleased
to Python.
Chemist. I took an internship.
Question was the first question we had here. And so there you go. One of the most common questions I get. And then the question was the first question we had here. And that is, how do you transition from knowledge to a job?
Okay. So right there, when I say that the first question I got, that's the question that I've gotten everywhere. Everywhere when I talk to students, the question really is, how do I get a job? And I get it. Students get an education to get a job. And that was in 2022, just after COVID. So you saw me there with a mask on the airplane. I was going to Valencia. It was my first trip after COVID. To get back on the plane, I had to go get a test to make sure that I didn't have COVID to get back on the plane. But I went to Valencia. And what happened in that very room that you're looking at there is that I had a weird interior conversation. I'm probably not, you don't see it in my face there, but I had quite a moment where when those students asked me about work, and maybe it had to do with COVID, and maybe it's because I hadn't seen students in a while, it hit me differently. I'd always thought that it wasn't really my job to get students prepared to work. It was to prepare them to learn more. And so one of those three that were at that meeting in Barcelona said, I took all your classes. I'll take every class you ever take. And will that get me a job? And I'm like, that's a good question. And then I asked myself a different question without smiling or nothing. And I said, would I hire that student who had taken all my classes? And I just am honestly asking myself, would I hire them? Because I do hire people and I have people working for me. And the answer is no. Not because the person was not a good person, but because I looked at, if that's all you know, why do I want to hire you? And then I'm like, oh, wait a second, what am I doing here? And so in that 2022, which is, now 4+ years ago, I said maybe what I should do is I should build courses that lead to creating a programmer that I would want to hire. And stop worrying about everyone else hiring, but how about if I created a curriculum to create a programmer that I would like to hire? And so that is where I came up with the concept of the master programmer, not a computer scientist. And I came up with the master programmer by thinking about all of the people that I would hire, like Adrian and Earl, and other people like that I know, that I work with all the time, and I would hire them, and they're super talented. And I knew all the people I wanted to hire, and I'd look at their degrees, and few of them had formal educations, at least not advanced computer science degrees. And literally none of the people that I wanted to hire had computer science degrees. And I didn't want to hire anyone with a computer science degree. Like, the other flip side of that is I see extremely talented computer science students all the time, and they want to do some independent study, and they're busy and they don't want to focus, and I'm like, no, I don't want to hire them either. And so I started thinking to myself, why is it that some people without a formal education are the ones that I would desire hiring, and how about why is it that all the people that have formal education are not good for me? And that was because computer science is really not teaching people to do the kind of work that you want done when you hire somebody. So when Google is hiring a computer science degree from the University of Michigan, we produce some of the greatest computer science degrees students in the world. And I've met them and they work for me. They're not hiring them to write code right away. They're hiring them because they're raw material that can learn new things, and they can learn the most difficult of things. And so the preparation of a computer science degree is more a preparation of learning difficult things than it is knowing difficult things. So your education is not preparing you for the job. It's preparing you to quickly come up to speed on the job, and that you already know enough so that your ability to learn on the job is likely, highly likely. And so I started thinking about the people that I would hire if I had the money, and they started to remind me of what we in the United States called skilled trades, like a carpenter or a plumber or an electrician. And these are people that are doing something that's on the surface not all that difficult. But if you've ever had a weird plumbing problem in your house and tried to imagine fixing it yourself, and not succeeding fixing it yourself, and then bringing a professional plumber into your house, or heating or air conditioning person, and then all of a sudden, like 4 hours later, it's just totally fixed. The problems are complex, but with enough experience, the problems are not all that complex.
Unknown caller.
And I started thinking about how do people get to be really good at electrician? How do people get good at being a carpenter? How do people get good at being a plumber? And there's a way that it happens, and that is there is formal training in what we call apprenticeship programs. And so if you want to be a plumber, you go, you take a few classes, not a lot, maybe 3, 4, 5, often taught by real plumbers, and you learn some formal things, and you learn how to, thread pipe and do things that you may not even use at work ultimately. You're just kind of learning near skills. And then you quickly get to the point where you go to work. You work underneath a mentor. So your education is just enough to get you ready to be a worthwhile apprentice. And you work under a master yourself, a master plumber or master programmer. And then what happens, and if you ever watch these folks, they'll come to your house in a white van, and 2 people will pile out. One is the master programmer, plumber, and the other one is the apprentice. And the master plumber does everything, figures it all out, fixes it, and the apprentice seems to do silly kinds of things like carrying the tools, bringing parts, going to the other side of something and measuring something, or looking through something and say, is it hollow? And you think, okay, that's a pretty easy job. But what you don't understand is over time, that apprentice is watching everything the master does. And then the master, slowly but surely, as the apprentice learns more and more, they seem to be doing sort of meaningless stuff. In the Karate Kid movies, you say, wax on, wax off, wax on, wax off. And so the master would say, don't talk to me right now. Just go wax my car. Wax on, wax off, wax on, wax off. Enough to the point where they understand that. So doing seemingly simple, repetitive things is preparing for the ultimate sort of moving up. And so eventually, right, the plumber comes and the apprentice has done something and seen it 20 or 50 times, and the plumber says, you know what? How about today we switch roles and you do it and I watch you and I make sure you do it right and I'll help you. And that works. The plumber's there. Nothing bad happens. If the apprentice makes a mistake, the plumber fixes it. The master plumber fixes it. And then eventually the apprentice is their own journeyman plumber, which means they're not quite a master plumber. They don't have yet enough experience, but they do have enough experience to do stuff increasingly on their own. And so that's exciting, right? That's exciting. And then eventually they become a master programmer, and then they take more apprentices. And so that's why I came up with master programmer. The idea of a master programmer is like a master craftsman. And there is a way to find your way up to being a master programmer. But you kind of have to meet somebody, and you have to be mentored. And what you can't do is you can't just go to school and read books for 4 years and then immediately come out and be a master. And the people that I want to work with, because they have demonstrated skill and capabilities, are these master craftsmen, these master programmers. And so that's why I have the domain. It redirects to my online page, www.masterprogrammer.com. And so if you come to online.drchuck.com, you'll see that I have a whole like blah 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 about the master programmer. Kind of what I talked about. Now this is an interview that I loved that I did with David Bombal, who is kind of a leading light in the Cisco training community. That he basically mentors people and talks about Cisco training and how to get a career in network stuff. And so he does the very same kind of thing. We had a great meeting. It's an hour long, and I rewatch it from time to time. So if you come here and you here, I'll play the beginning of this. Let me start it up. I'll play the beginning of it. He made a really cool intro.
And I'm like, really? You're going to make me restudy my trig just to pass the quiz in your stupid course? I want to learn how to program. I don't want to learn how to do trigonometry. If I were to start a startup, I would go kidnap them, go to their farm with a helicopter and say, sorry, you can't just stay on your farm and fish. You got to be in my startup now. Oh, wait a second.
This is an interview with Dr. Chuck Severance about becoming a master programmer. He is a clinical professor at the University of Michigan School of Information, where he teaches various technology-oriented courses, including programming, database design, and web development. However, Dr. Chuck is probably best known for having the largest Python course in the world. His course, Python for Everyone on Coursera, has 2.4 million students. This course also has a huge amount of views on YouTube. That's not his only course, however. He has 50 courses on Coursera, and in this interview we're going to talk about some of the new courses which he's making freely available for you to learn Python and up.
So if you look at this, it's an hour and 15 minutes because we had so much fun. It was a blast. He's a great guy, and he introduces me better than I can introduce myself. So if you go to Dr. Chuck online, feel free. So yeah, so Rex, I love it. David brought out the best in me, and he's funny, and golly, he is like a star in the Cisco world. So let's see. Let's look at the chat. How do we get in touch with you? I know Coursera has a coach, but I would love if we could discuss this directly. Okay, so here is how you do that. So one of the things that I have done is I have created a Discord, because part of the thing that I know when we're going to get you to master programmer is I can't do what I did in Coursera, and that is just have 3 million users and I never talk to them. And if you look at the courses, so that Discord is my new way of saying people, and part of this live stream is to promote this Discord. Okay. So if you go into this Discord, you've got to agree to the rules. You can see the welcome page, and then you got to go check the rules channel, and then you got to acknowledge the rules. And once you're joined it and you acknowledge the rules, then you can talk in these other channels. Okay, and so I've got a special channel here called the live stream channel. Okay, and if you have a question, you can put it in here, and yeah. Just got to clear all these things. Oh, quit. Okay, so if you go to discord.drchuck.com and join, this Discord will eventually will only be shown to people who are registered in courses, right? Probably not the Python, not Python, not on Coursera, but other courses. Right now, if you go to my C Programming for Everybody course, this is like super advanced, and if you're working on C Programming for Everybody, you know what you're doing. So if you log on C Programming for Everybody, you'll notice that there is a Discord icon here that takes you to my Discord. So not everyone is invited to Discord, but everyone here today is invited for Discord. And if you go to my Computer Architecture for Everybody course and log in, Discord is here as well. So that takes you to my Discord. And that is an invitation to Discord. Okay? So that's how you can talk to me. And so what I'm doing right now, so let me finish the whole creation of Python, the Master Programmer curriculum. What I did after that is I decided it wasn't necessarily my goal in life to just create beginner courses. So I started to create courses that were harder and stacked more. And so, Internet History, Technology, and Security, Python for Everybody, and Django for Everybody are kind of like, get you here. Internet History, Technology, Security, Python for Everybody, Django for Everybody. Those are really broad, trying to teach everything. But I started stacking, and in 2022, I had just finished Postgres for Everybody, which is a really beautiful pure SQL course. But then I was starting in the middle of building C Programming for Everybody, which I think is my greatest work. It's C Programming for Everybody is not just about the C programming language. C Programming for Everybody is like, why is Python the way it is? How Python works, really. And so everything is surprisingly about Python. Python for Everybody teaches you Python, but then Django for Everybody teaches you object-oriented Python. And the web and web applications goes into deeper detail in the web part of it. And Postgres is the SQL part of it. And C is like looking at Python itself. And then Computer Architecture is the one I just finished. And so part of the reason that this live is happening is I am celebrating the sort of like the culmination of what the celebration of what happened in 2022, where I'm like, I'm going to build a more advanced curriculum. I'm going to build a curriculum that will lead towards jobs. I'm going to build a curriculum that if you finish this curriculum, it's not necessarily that you're ready for me to hire you. I only hire 4 people a year, and usually they're graduate students or former graduate students. I don't have a big company. But the key thing is my measurement is not so much that I'm going to hire you, but my measurement is, are you worth me being your mentor in an employment situation, right? And so being a mentor is a weird relationship. And so the natural instinct for a person who's curious about programming is to find a prominent computer person and say, why don't you be my mentor? Or if you wanted to learn about Cisco networking, you'd go and say, why can't David Bombal be my mentor? The problem is that I have 3 million students who are beginners. I do not have time to spend a couple hours a week with every one of those 3 million students. And so don't feel bad if you're just starting out and your mentor. Now, those who have been my mentors realize that I'm impatient even when I'm going to be your mentor. I want you to walk in with enough skills so that you can be useful. I want to, with a limited amount of my hours, I don't want to tutor you in anything. I want you to hear what I'm saying. I want you to understand what I'm saying. I want you to go out and investigate the gaps in what I said that you need to investigate. And then I need you to be not afraid to just dive out on your own and learn new things and come back and solve the problems that I need solved. So I don't have a bunch of easy problems. I'm not going to hire people to do easy problems, especially these days with AI. I do my own easy problems, and I do problems now that I used to assign graduate students. I do them with AI. So that means that the people that work for me, that I'm mentoring, have to be even better. I don't have a set of easy jobs. I don't have a set of like gimme jobs that you just show up and you're going to succeed and do well. And so you got to be ready for the hard stuff. You know, you've got to be ready to do the difficult stuff. And so that's when I put this curriculum together, I wanted to say, if you knew everything in every one of these courses, would it be interesting to have a conversation with you? Would it be interesting to talk to you? Would you be worth my time to bring you in and show you the ropes of what I'm doing? Because I'm a plumber. And I want you to understand plumbing before you show up. And I want you to grow rapidly once we meet. And once we spend time together, I want that investment paid back. Because I want you to be better so that I can sit out in the van and you can do all the work. Or eventually we'll just do 2 jobs at the same time. And make make even more money. So that's the notion of the master programmer, is if you finish these classes, I think we could have a great conversation. You know a lot. You know about VLSI design. You know about a sorted tree architecture. You know about the internal structure of the Python dictionary object in Python 3.6 and Python 3.7, and the differences between those two things, and how it came to be that dictionaries were ordered in 3.7 and not ordered in 3.6. Do you even know that? Of course you don't, right? But that is in C programming for everybody. So if you go into C programming for everybody and you go and you look at the thing from the end of it, right? We see how Python 3.7 dictionary implementation works. There's a lecture on that. Okay, so here we go. Here's a lecture on the dictionary in Python 3.7. And it is items, which is the key value pairs, right? There we go. So that is the 3.7, Python 3.7 dictionary. And we can talk about that. Now, am I going to hire you to write a Python 3.7 dictionary? Am I going to hire you to fix a bug on a Python 3.7 dictionary? No. This makes you interesting, because what's important is not this. What's important is the strength. So if you take an assignment from this class and you look at computer architecture for everybody, and you look at one of the later assignments, like the tree map, build a linked tree map. This is a ferociously difficult assignment. And you could use AI to do this assignment. Now, if you use AI to do this assignment, it's not interesting for me to talk to you, because I already talked to AI. I like AI a lot. But if I talk to you and you talk to AI and then you have that talk back to me, I'll just cut out you and I'll just talk to AI. I mean, AI would love this, and I've spent a lot of time talking with AI about trees and maps and data structures. I don't need you to talk to AI for me. So why would you do that? Why? You need to know something. You need to be something that we can work together. Otherwise, I'll just work with AI, right? That's the danger of people who are coming into this field who think, oh, AI is so great, I'm just going to figure out how to use AI and then I'm going to fit. And the answer is, if all you know is AI, I don't want to talk to you. I don't want to see you. You have so little value. Now, I will give you an example of somewhere I don't care. Like if I'm getting a new logo for my course, like say this logo right here, this cool Python for Everybody logo. Look how cool that is. Look at that Django for Everybody. So it turns out that in Django for Everybody, the batteries included is one of the things that Django talks about. You know, and it's like a building, it's got a framework, it's all kinds of this framework stuff. If I'm going to hire you to do this picture, and you're going to talk to AI and you're going to do this picture, that's okay, I don't care. I want you to hear me. Now, turns out this is kind of silly, because guess where this picture came from? This picture came from AI. This picture came from AI. I made a really cool prompt that was really long, talked about Brian Kernighan, talked about Guido van Rossum, and how I thought the beauty of this course was how it revealed through C the nature of Python. And it seems to have an obsession with coffee, and maybe it just knows that I have an obsession with coffee. And you see it's talking about how like C is close to the hardware, and then Python, but we understand the layer below. I have a great graphic artist, so I guess I don't have to hire you as a graphic artist. I do have a graphic artist, and I do have things where AI is not so great. It's not a good graphic artist. You have to beat it some. I mean, it's really hard to get AI to say, I want a thing that's wide and not tall. Now, if you know how to do AI and I have a really specific need for a graphic, then yeah, I do appreciate paying you to talk to AI, but not for coding, right? Not for coding. And so, like, why is Computer Architecture for Everybody the last course? Well, this course, I always think every course I ever made is the greatest course ever, and that's okay. They get better, and they're stacking, and it's kind of the end. This is an amazing course. So, in this course, in one of the assignments, you do a thing called VLSI design, which is one of my favorite things from graduate school. And so in this, I have built, actually no, with AI's help, well, mostly AI, I'd say 80 to 90% of this code that I'm about to show you is artificial intelligence. So if you look at how hardware is built, I was almost there. If you look at how hardware is built, we end up with these chips, and in the chips you have these little transistors, but we don't actually take the little transistors. Oh, hey, here's some fun. I'm sitting here in I just want to show you around my room a little bit. I am in an office, and this is where I these days have recorded most of my lectures. You'll probably recognize the background. I got multiple cameras. So there's my sky cam. Here I'm going to drink some coffee. And then I have another cam that I used a lot in my Computer Architecture for Everybody class called my close-in cam. So now you can see me drink coffee, and if you want, you can even see that's not coffee, it's afternoon, I'm drinking water. But I use that for my Computer Architecture for Everybody class so that I could show you things like Nixie tubes. Nixie tubes are these cool glowing things, and they're real. They're kind of analog devices, and they are a series of glowing metal plates. Here's a real Nixie tube. I don't know if you can see the glowing metal plates, right? And so I can show you, and we talk about vacuum tubes in the classes. And so one of the biggest things I did was made it so I could show you things like this thing, which is a little mechanical calculator with carry. So we talk about it's got to carry eventually. Oh, here we come. Maybe it's not working. Oh, there we go. Okay. Oh, I was clicking the dollars. Those are the dollars. So this is the somethings. Okay, so that's really cool. But back to transistors. Okay, this is a transistor. This is the thing that makes electronic circuits work. Okay, and so if we take these transistors, and when you say it like a CPU has a billion transistors on it, you say, how does that happen? Well, it happens through a process of photolithography. So that transistor that I'm just showing you is a Fairchild 2N1613, which is the first planar transistor. All the transistors before that were built kind of like with pieces that are stuck together, right? But this was like flat. It was like smeared like peanut butter and jelly being smeared on bread. And that allowed for a very amazing way to lay out transistors and wires on a two-dimensional surface by creating masks that for each of the layers you would make the mask, then you would reduce it down to a very small size, and you'd create a substrate, and you would run chemicals across it, sometimes like chemical vapors that would get deposited, and then you'd run different chemicals and wash things off, and you would end up with these careful little tiny transistors. And so I think that this is a 4-input NAND gate with 7 transistors. And so you needed to draw these little lines to make little transparent pictures so that you could then make what we call a wafer. And this wafer is like a couple hundred chips, and each one of these chips this is a 6502, 120 6502 chips. And if you look closer and closer and keep zooming in on this, you see that there's just little pathways. So every one of these things has to be designed by a person. So one of the coolest things I did when I was in graduate school was I used this program called Magic. And Magic, this is a screenshot from Magic, and it's a way for you to draw these things, and you have different layers that you can make. There's a lot of layers in Magic, and you have like connectors. This is a connector for an external wire. You have like little memory areas. You have little metal things. You have like little solder connector joints that we call vias. Okay, and that's all there. So what I did with the help of AI is I built a thing I called Mystic. And again, this is kind of the trademarks of my class, is that I build autograders that are awesome. So the idea is you're just drawing a black and white picture, and this will be taken and printed. In the old days, it's probably laser done now, and turned into a black and white picture, and then projected onto a chip to make the chip. But the key part is not just putting metal on. You got to put transistors on. But the fun part of this is it's like a draw program with big pixels. And so maybe I made a mistake. I can erase it, because ultimately all I'm doing is producing a visual picture. And when I'm done editing, right, it looks the way I want. So I could like chop oh, I didn't mean to chop that out. Well, you know what? You can put it back in. And the software does not know. Excuse me. The software does not know whether or not you did that in 2 pieces or 1 pieces, or drew it 1 pixel at a time, right? It don't care. When it's all said and done, it's going to print a picture, and it's going to reduce that picture, and it's going to make a chip. Okay? And so you can make a chip, you can make transistors with N-doped silicon, P-doped silicon, and polysilicon. And let's make this N-doped a little taller. And these become layers. And so there's this, I got a tool that lets you see the layers. So if I go over here, there's polysilicon. If I go over the overlap of an N-silicon and a polysilicon, they actually touch, and they actually form a transistor at that cross. And the same is true for P. P doesn't touch N, but polysilicon and P diffusion touch, and metal and the N diffusion don't touch. But then you can drill little holes, and if you go back to the Magic picture, you see these little black areas. Those are called vias, and they're little vertically drilled holes that then connect layers. So now this blue layer and green layer are now connected. And if I look at layer detail, you see that I drilled a little hole. And so that it's kind of like a drill where you put some metal into it and you fill the hole up, and that connects the top layer and the bottom layer. And why do you do that? Well, then what you do is you put like a voltage on, and that voltage flows from the metal. If you take out the via, yikes. Okay, let me make another layer so you see it. It's not flowing into this new one, but if I put a via in, drill a little hole, it does flow in. Now, I made a mistake, and I just erase it. Boop. And again, because so this would turn into 3 pictures: a picture of the blue part, a picture of the green part, a picture of the pink part, and a picture of the orange part, and those would be separate layers on the VLSI design. And so part of my thing is to hopefully reward you for listening to how a VLSI lecture is and seeing my VLSI slides. Listen to my slides. It tells you what to do. It tells you how to do it. Slide, 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 slide. Many slides. But I'm like, I'll make you a fun tool that gives you the sense of how this works. And so let's see if I can learn it. I must have a circuit here somewhere. Let's see if I got a circuit stored. Let's go Chuck's Not Gate. I think that one here. Yeah, so there's a working NOT gate. And then I give you a programming assignment. I just happen to have the answer. The programming assignment here says, start grading. You're supposed to put a probe labeled A on the input to your NOT gate, and then a probe labeled Q on the output, and then grade it. So you're going to see that it's checking that I've got an A and Q probe, that it's going to set A to ground and see if Q is positive. Then it's going to set A to positive and say Q is negative. That's the definition of a NOT gate. And so that was one of your assignments. But for me, I just delight in giving you fun things like this. But that doesn't mean it's easy. I mean, you have to watch lectures. And so my whole goal here is to just teach you, like I've done all along, teach you in computer architecture for everybody, teach you something that you will like learning and we will have fun talking about later when you work for me and I'm your mentor. And so, but holy crap. So now, what's going on here right now is this CA free, which you can get to for online.drchuck.com. I am in the middle of a cohort-based thing. And so if you join this class right now, I am your teacher. And it's not just like in Coursera. I have a Zoom. I have a Zoom here every Tuesday from 6 to 7. And the students come to Zoom, have office hours. They would normally, it's currently 6 to 7 on Tuesday, and I would be meeting my students. So I got about 20 students doing the work here. And this is what I call CA Free Live. Now, if you're not logged in, you don't see this. If you log out, you just see, oh, here's some links, and here's some stuff, and here's some things. It's all there. But when you log in, you see that it's a cohort. Oops, I didn't mean that one. Let's log out and log back in. Got to log in as teacher. Okay. So what happens here, interestingly, is I have in assignments, as the teacher, I came in here and I said, these are all the assignments, and I'm going to put due dates on these assignments. And so now I just made them up because I sent email. Actually, what I did is I invited students who had finished my C Programming for Everybody course in Coursera, and I said, do you want to come and join this beta test of computer architecture for everybody? Right? So they joined it. You can join too if you just log in. You're in, but you're a little late because we have some stuff that's already done, and now this is late. So this is me. I'm doing the homework too, and I got most of the stuff done, but I got one thing late. So I got to build a full adder. That was due April 13th, which is yesterday. So I'm one day late. Now, if you go, for example, instead to Python for Everybody, and you log into Python for Everybody and you look at lessons, this is something I did about 3 months ago. This is kind of the self-paced mode. There are no due dates. There's no cohort taking Python for Everybody together. I could do this over the summer, I could have, yeah, are these courses in order? On online.drchuck.com, they're roughly in order. So that's the order that I would suggest. You can skip them. Pretty much Python should happen. I like Django as the second course because that's like deeper Python. The rest of them you can kind of stack. Computer architecture for everybody, the first part of it is actually doesn't really require 1, 2, 3, and 3 are pretty easy, and you don't even need a prerequisite for those. It gets harder in 4 through 7, and so you probably would not have much chance of doing 6 in computer architecture for everybody unless you have some programming background. And I even mentioned C later, but it's not super essential. So yes, this is kind of my order of suggested order, right? And the key thing is, don't think about like, ooh, Dr. Chuck just said if I know something about VLSI design, he'll talk to me. And the answer is no, that's not it. That's just one of 1,000 things I want you to know before we end up being in a mentor relationship. And so you can't just jump to the end, do that, go to one course, and then go to VLSI design and do one assignment and say, I'm done now. That's the fallacy of being a student. I want you to know it all. And the order doesn't quite matter to me nearly as much as knowing it all. But C programming for everybody, it probably is the hardest course, but computer architecture in the last part of it is also a very difficult and challenging course. And that's part of the whole master programmer thing. Master programmer is not for everybody. Master programmer is for those people who want to stick around. I mean, eventually I kind of want to create like a certificate/degree called, not just called, I took a Python class. No, I took a bunch of classes from the University of Michigan, and they have given me the master programmer certificate. So think of this more as a cheap degree than it is a cheap class. But in that cheap degree, if you like think about the philosophy of education. I mean, I've been teaching in higher education my whole life, and it's great to go to graduation, and it's great to see the young people who are graduating. I had a meeting with my senior teaching assistants last week. We have a dinner to thank them for doing a great job. I got to talk to them, and students that are graduating with a bachelor's degree impress the heck out of me. And sometimes I go to a graduation dinner with the students and the parents come up to me and say, I can't believe what you did to my daughter or for my daughter. She is so awesome. She is so confident. She is so skilled. And when she went to college, she was very confused and didn't know anything. And I don't know how to answer that, because I don't feel ultimately that it was me or any one course that made our young 23 and 24-year-olds so awesome. It's the whole thing. It's the whole degree. It's not just one. And if you work as hard as they work for 4 years, you become mature. You become calm. You become capable. And I'm just as proud of their accomplishments as their parents are. And I'm also a little unsure of how it exactly happened. But I do know that hard work and pursuing and not taking the easy way out on every single class is the essence of a degree-like accomplishment. So what I'm trying to do with all these courses, the combination of all these courses, is to create a degree-like activity that's all of them. And you not taking the shortcut on any of them. Don't just do AI and just burn your way through and think that you're going to get like a piece of paper called Master Programmer from University of Michigan, and then like you're just going to walk around and you're going to get a job. No, you're not, because you can't have that conversation. You don't have the knowledge that makes it worth hiring or worth talking to you. And so you have got to put the work in. And when you're struggling in an early class, you got to accomplish that struggle. You got to you got to make it through that struggle. Now, the interesting thing is if you look at this set of 7 courses and you add up the amount of time it's going to take, if you take them like at a slow pace the way people do on Coursera. This is kind of like an 8 or 9 year journey. The problem is if I'm going to give you a certificate and you're going to take 8 years to do that certificate, it's not going to be very successful, because you started to learn Python 8 years ago, and now you're learning VLSI design 8 years later. You got nothing concentrated. It never got concentrated to the point where it all knitted together, and you're like, oh, I get it, right? And so one of the things, as I think about this master programmer curriculum and how I would structure it so that we can give you an education that is worthy of someone to look at that and go like, oh, I know people that have that certificate, and that is a job-worthy certificate. We have to teach you faster. We can't just like let you sit on Coursera and keep working on one course for a whole year and finally make it through with a bunch of help from AI, because that doesn't mean anything. I know students go into Coursera and get a 1 week free and try to get like 5 certificates in 1 week by using AI and cheating. Believe me, I know they do. That's not going to help. It doesn't even help me. It doesn't even help the certificate. Coursera makes a lot of money, but those certificates become watered down the more students can go in and game them and cheat them. This degree with 7 courses, at least a year if not more, of dedicated, concentrated effort is the kind of thing that molds you into a journeyman programmer from being an apprentice programmer. So those of you who have been thought about this as taking a Coursera class and knowing how hard it was, where I put up materials and they didn't cost much, and I said, do this work, and if you get stuck, you just kind of have to go and take a rest, come back to it or not come back to it. We lose so many students in Coursera. If you look from the very first, Python for Everybody is 5 classes, the specialization is 5 courses. Those 5 courses in Python for Everybody is about 1 3-credit class at the University of Michigan. Each of these classes in my master programmer setup is about 3 credits. So you can look at this as about 21 college credits. All free, no cost. Take them anytime you want. Take them self-paced. Do whatever. So that's 21 credits. That's like more than a semester. It'd probably be better to do it as 2 10-credit semesters. If not, 3 6-credit semesters is probably more doable for somebody part-time. So think of 3 semesters, which is 18 months. But when you're taking this much material in 18 months, you're moving, you're booking. You don't have time to get stuck on one assignment in 1 week and not get help. So that's the other innovation that I'm thinking about as I try to create this master programmer degree. Sub-degree credential, not a degree, not credit, not whatever, but just a mark in your LinkedIn profile that says, Dr. Chuck says you're awesome and worth hiring. So there's an exchange here. If you get a free course, you don't hang out with me every Tuesday. I have office hours. For my on-campus students who pay $3,500 per course, I'm there for them. Not only am I there for them, we hire teaching assistants. So to give you an example, I'm teaching Django on campus right now. Let me see if I can find it, get it up without violating any privacy here. Let me see if I can. Stupid 2-factor. Just give me a minute here. Stupid 2-factor authentication. Security people. Don't get me started on security people and why they tick me off. By the way, go into discord.drchuck.com and put your questions in. That's how I'll know the questions. I kind of watch the YouTube stuff, but I miss stuff all the time because I get off into a corner. Okay, so now I found something I can show you. So if you were to be taking right this minute my SI 357 on campus, paying $3,000 plus for a 3-credit class, you would be taking this week many-to-many data models. There are 3 lectures, one that's 5 minutes long, 12 minutes long, and 8 minutes long. If you were to go to Django for Everybody and take a look at the free course Django for Everybody, the lesson is many data models. There's a lecture, 5 minutes 34 seconds, 12:35, and 8:38. So this course you can take 100. This course you can take 100% for free. This course costs $3,000. It has the exact same quiz, has the exact same autograder, has the exact same sample code, the exact same walkthroughs, the exact same autograder. What's the difference? What's the difference between this class and, oops, not that one. Where did I go? Oh, this class. I got too many tabs up. Let's move these next to each other. So the difference is due dates. So here are the due dates that I have. So right now, you got this. This was due April 6th. This is due April 17th. Let's look at how much stuff is due in the next week and a half in my class. We got stuff, let's see, right now it's April 14th. So these things we just finished, were 4 days ago. Now on the 17th, which is 3 days from now, you're going to take a class, you're going to do this quiz, you're going to do this autograder, you're going to do this quiz, you're going to do this quiz, and then April 21st, which is 4 days after that, the last day of the class, you got 2 more things that you got to do. Okay? And so what I can't show you is under this home tab is all of the hours that we have hired teaching assistants. So you have access to teaching assistants 8 hours a week in face-to-face walk-in rooms. Just walk in, you got an expert to help you. They're the mentors. And we have about 20 to 30 Slack hours, 24 hours a day, well, not 24 hours, but Slack hours, 20 to 30 Slack hours. So you're just in the middle of a thing and you're stuck on an assignment right now. You can just drop in Slack. There's a paid staff member for University of Michigan in Slack ready for you. So what I'm experimenting with right now, and you can be part of this experiment if you want, is I am experimenting with doing this with a blended cohort of on-campus, off-campus, Coursera students, etc., etc. Okay? And since computer architecture is my most recent class, I always beta test my classes with a cohort of students. And for the first time, I'm beta testing this with a cohort of on-campus and off-campus students on my own system. So this system here is, I call it Sugi, and it's my own learning management system. And so right now, if you log in on Computer Architecture for Everybody, I am trying to imagine a future offering from me and the University of Michigan where you have weekly office hours with me in Zoom every single week. And you can ask yourself, if a course like this costs $79 on Coursera, or a specialization costs $79 on Coursera, how much would you pay for it if you had a weekly office hour with me? And I'll tell you, it's going to have to be more, because not only do I have my weekly office hours, I'm going to have paid teaching assistants, because I want you to go through this material with pace. I want you to finish this, because if I don't have you go through this material with pace and due dates, your certificate is much more meaningless. So what I've done is, in Python for Everybody, you see this sort of self-paced. I don't care when you finish. I don't have any due dates. So it turns out at any moment I could start what I call a live cohort. I call this group Computer Architecture for Everybody Live. So this is a live cohort. And so all I did was I went in and added due dates. So now everything has due dates. It doesn't say if you're part there or whatever. So this is a no due date situation. This is a, hey, you're here, you can use it, it's free, use it if you like. But here, if you've joined my cohort, if you want to be part of my cohort, please do the work when I assign it. And as a exchange of value, if you are with me, I'll give you office hours. Now right now it doesn't cost anything to do this. Literally everybody in the universe can sign up for this. And then come to Zoom office hours, okay? The course outline, we are currently between digital logic and clock circuits. See, it's due April 13th, which was yesterday. So this is the course syllabus that I'm following right now. That's it. Now, let's just say you don't want to follow my draconian schedule. Well, it turns out that you can opt out of due dates. So you're like, I'm tired. You go right now. It'll show. If you go right now to CA Free and you log in, you're like, late. You're all, well, let me log in as a different user and I can show you that. I'll log in as somebody I haven't been doing this class, a different account, one of my student accounts. Let's take a look at my lessons. So I come into the class. See, I'm like, oh man, I just got interested in this class and I'm already late. Well, I hate this guy. Thanks. Thanks for, like, you know. And so I can do this. You can say, I don't really care about your stupid due dates. I'm going to hide them. I just don't care. I'm just going to do this self-paced, and I'm going to do whatever I feel like. I actually like VLSI. I just went in and did that, and I got 25% done. Let's see what I got done. Yeah. So now I can go in assignments, and I can see that, which one is done? Oh, this one here. This one here. That one's done. Right? I finished that one under this account. Okay? So what's cool about this is different students can have a cohort or non-cohort experience. Now it turns out that everybody gets to see the main page during the cohort, but eventually this page will go away. And so let me do that. Let me go into pages. Oh, I'm not even the teacher. Let me go into the teacher. So when this cohort is done, I will go in here and I will stop this being the front page. So if you go back to Computer Architecture for Everybody, even if you're logged in, it doesn't show you anything because the cohort is over. I also will turn off due dates, but I'll put that back on so that the current students who are taking this class with me can watch this. Edit. Let's make this back being the front page. Whoop. And now the front page is the cohort page. So you get the idea, right? So let's take a look. So this is a threaded discussion. This is the calendar. We got the due dates. We got one is due and one is late. But I got something in the Welcome to Computer Architecture for Everybody. Oh, maybe we have a new person. So this is my threaded discussion. It says somebody posted something here. Oh, someone's told. I built this whole notification system that makes these badges. And so I made a thing called notification test, and everyone loves the notification test. Let's see what's going on. Please reply to my reply below. This is a reply. Hello. So there you go. 43 minutes ago, I got your reply to my thread. Here's the reply back. Okay. You want to do it? Yeah. Jonathan, thanks. I am doing a live stream and using you as an example. Boom. So now he's going to get in his little thing. What's this? Did someone else is doing something? Oh, introduce yourself optional. Last post 2 hours ago. There's one. Oh, I know what happens is that it prioritizes. I've made these notifications prioritized, and so a green is a less important one. There's reds, there's oranges, and greens. But now someone else, and so here's a new person that is coming in about 2 hours ago. I'll just say, welcome to the class. Right? So I've got all these things that like notify me and keep me up to date and remind me to create a layer that is a cohort layer on top of otherwise non-cohort material, and full opt-in and opt-out for the students. So you come back in like 3 months, and this course will be back to anonymous, just a course you can take with % complete tracking. This will not be my live course anymore. I'm only going to make this be my live course for the next 4 weeks. Now, I'm doing more than just tracking and discussions. So I've tried to figure out ways to be even more interactive. So this threaded discussion is not a bad way to be interactive, especially one of my students said, I need notifications or it's useless to me. And they were right, because a week and a half ago I put notifications in. But Discord, which by now some of you have joined, Discord is a way to make it so that I can see stuff. I mean, I can walk around on my cell phone, and if you go into Discord without too much annoyance to me, I can check when I'm bored, I can catch up on Discord. And so what I have done is I've made this Discord that for now is a prototype. We only have, I don't know, 60 or so people in it. It's been a couple of weeks now. And so you can come in here. You got, like I said, you got to acknowledge the rules. We got 32 people that acknowledge the rules. More people are in, but 32 people are allowed to post down here. So here we are in a live stream. This is where we're going to catch questions. Yeah, Zach, there you go. Okay. Zoom Camp. Okay, they have a self-paced option, cohort option, where you have to finish homework to get a certificate. Yes. And so the CA for E, that is a cohort option layered on top of a self-paced option, that's not what I'm going to do. Eventually we're going to have a thing where you sign up for the course, you pay the money, and then you get teaching assistants, and you have a cohort time, and you have to finish in a fixed amount of time, or you have to take it again, right? You can't just sort of let it slide on forever like you do Coursera, where it's 2/3 complete for everything. And so I'm sure I'm not the only person. But Zoom Camp, that sounds interesting. I'll go look at them and I'll steal any ideas they have and use it in my own stuff. That's what's cool about having an environment where this is my software. I work on this all the time. I add features to this all the time. If you go into I've got a ai.drchuck.com, and it is a live coding podcast. Wait, oh no, that's not the one. I got to change where that goes. Go into studio, go into podcasts, content, playlists. AI Coding with Dr. Chuck. It's a podcast that you can subscribe to. And so if you look, this is a series of things, and they're up to 2 hours long, where I just turn on this screen and use this exact same thing that I'm using right now to record me being confused about AI. Not like scripted, not like, here's a fun thing in AI, just cut and paste, cut and paste, cut and paste, I'm giving you a tutorial. No, it's confused. Like if you go to this bathroom coding with AI one, let's take a look at it. So let's go ahead and start this one.
Hello, and welcome to another Master Programming with AI with Dr. Chuck. This is a new edition, a new thing. If you've seen some of my other ones, this is the first time that you've seen me in my bathrobe. And I think I'm going to start being in my bathrobe more often. So the reason for the bathrobe is that sometimes I'm sleeping, and today I went to bed a little early, and so I got enough sleep, and my body, I just finished the first live event of my Computer Architecture for Everybody online course, www.cafree.com, and I've been thinking about all the things I want to add to my learning management system, my Sugi learning management system, which is one of the things you see me coding on a lot in this podcast. So I mean, I met with some students I'd known for years, some brand new friends, and now the class is starting, and I'm just totally like, my brain is just like, you need new features. Because I'm using this thing called Sugi to do this computer architecture for everybody.
He's taking too long to talk, so I'll help him out. So the idea here is that I get up, I can't sleep, and I can't sleep until I fix something because it's stuck in my head. And so I just get up and I put my bathrobe on and I come in here and I record a little video and I do some coding, and then I can go back to sleep. And it talks about the fact that the robe is from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. So I have this green robe, and my wife hates it because it's all ratty, and I should probably bring a towel to my next bathrobe thing. And so the bathrobe is like green from the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, and it has a connection to my race car. And then I go off and I code, and then an hour later I'm done coding, and I go back to sleep because I couldn't sleep because I had an idea in my head and it got stuck. And so I just put on a robe, came. You'll notice that my voice is kind of cracky because I just woke up. And so I am just doing lots and lots of artificial intelligence, AI coding videos, and I just put them up. I just put up right now where are we here? Oh, it's not on the list. Let me go back to my other videos. Let's go to videos. I'll put this in there. I did this video where I had a friend that, thank you. So I had a friend who wanted me to write a system. Let me tell you that story. Oh, maybe I'll just use the video. So let's switch this here, switch that there, go back to split screen. Okay, so this is actually a 6-minute video where I recorded it after I did it. And this talks about how this experiment happened. And that is, I have an experiment that I call the Vibe Coding Challenge. And that's the Vibe Coding Challenge has to do with, let's go back to picture in picture here. There you go. The Vibe Coding Challenge is what? No, it's the Vibe. The Vibe Coding Challenge is my goal of the Vibe Coding Challenge is to take people who think that vibe coding is the only thing you need to do, and so some of you may think that you don't need to learn Python because you can vibe code. And so, yep, I'm like, okay, believe that. Do this Vibe Coding Challenge. And so the backstory of this is that my buddy Mike, who I play hockey with, well, that's Mike. That's me. On the Sakai hockey team, I play hockey twice a week. Hockey's one of my hobbies. And at this very ice rink, right about here, about 5 weeks ago, Mike came up to me because Mike owns a bar in North Lansing called Classic Pub and Grill. And he said, we're going to have a 3-ball pool tournament, and I would like you to write software for me because I want to put it up on my screen, and I want to make this the coolest thing, and I want to make a lot of money at my bar. And so, he's thinking, I got this Dr. Chuck guy. Everyone knows I'm a programmer. Mike's actually a technology guy, but also owns a bar. He's not quite like a super programmer, but he did database stuff for a while. There's a bunch of database people in here. A lot of tech people play hockey. Like This guy here is his name's Brian Feeney. He's a mechanical engineering professor. Let's see if I can find you another guy. Lawyers. Yeah, who was I looking for? Yeah, so Mike comes up to me and says, I want you to write me some software. Do you think you can do it? Write a desktop application. And I said, look, I don't have time for that. I said, but here's the deal. I want to prove that vibe coding is a stupid idea. So why don't you give me the specifications of the software you want in any form you like? He said, I got a spreadsheet. I said, great, send me the spreadsheet. And then give me the specifications in whatever way. Now think of this as a customer, right? Customers don't like give you ChatGPT prompts. So customers just give you raw crap, right? And so I said, Mike, send me, oh, by the way, Mike is also the guy that got me into racing, because this is his race car. And he got me into racing, and this is at a racetrack where I wasn't at this particular racetrack, but here's a picture of Mike at the track. That's Mike, that's Mike's brother, and they're actually helping some guys that have a $100,000,000 Mustang. This Mustang is the people that they're helping, which are just super rich people, but he was helping them. But be that as it may, so I said, Mike, send me the requirements of your thing, because I want to make a challenge that no one can solve, or at least no one without a programming background can solve. So the problem I don't have a problem with vibe coding. I vibe coded 8 to 10 hours a day. What I have a problem with is people who conclude that because I can do vibe coding 8 to 10 hours a day, you don't need to learn to programming. The reason I can use it is I know how to program. And part of prompt is the vibe coding is like a peer programmer who's super productive. But you got to respect the peer, and you got to understand the peer, and they got to understand you. So you're working together. You're not just like outsourcing it and saying, do this for me and come back with a complete solution. No, you're walking arm in arm with this AI to solve a problem. And you are as responsible for solving the problem. So I say, Mike, send it to me, raw. So he sent me a spreadsheet. See if that comes up. Where are we at? Go spreadsheet. He sent me a spreadsheet. And this was the user interface that he said. Right? He said that this is what he wanted. He wanted it to be rounds, and there's chips, and people lose their chips if they get over 3, etc., etc., etc. And he was going to make a spreadsheet to run this thing. Right? So that was one of the specifications, but that didn't have the rules. So he sent me the rules. Here's one of the rules. This was one page of the rules. It was literally handwritten. Score a point. Gotta read that. So here's the vibe coding challenge for you. If you're thinking, I'm not going to write code, build this. Build it. I built it. So here it is. This is the controller. Let's open the public display in a new window. This is the public display. I built it. You can build it. Put it in production. Put it up on the internet. Prove to me that if you don't know anything about programming, you can take those 3 specifications and you can write this application. So let me split the screen here a little better. No, I don't want that. I want come back. I want this narrower. Let's make this narrower and let's pull this over. By the way, if you have a question, go into live stream. Hey Chris! I should bring a towel to my live stream. Oh, hang on. I'm going to go get a towel. I'll be right back. So, Chris, now I have a towel. Oh, so I have a towel, but look what else I got. Got a towel for my live stream. But let's see. Let's go to camera 2. So I got Marvin. I got Marvin, the depressed Martian robot. So now, after I did that robe thing, and I always bring a towel, I put Marvin in. So if you look in the background of all my videos from this point forward, now, I don't take this angle. I don't use this angle right here. I use this for like Zooms and meetings and stuff like that. I move the camera over here, and I have this in my background, so I got all that cool YouTube stuff and my thing from the Malaretti University and all that other stuff is all cool, all very calculated. My trip to Mexico. So I put all this cool stuff in the background. But if you see me doing one of the more informal things that I do, I take it from this angle, and so you see that Marvin the depressed Martian is always, at least for this next few months, is looking over my shoulder in case I bring my towel and do a online video. Okay, so back to the vibe coding challenge. So let's go over here, and let's Mike is supposed to break, so Mike is the next player. So this is up in the bar, and Mike breaks. So it says that Mike is playing now. Mike's been playing. There's a QR code that lets people on their phone at the bar watch the stuff on the phone if they just want to carry it on their phone. And then at some point Mike breaks and he puts it in 3. So now Mike has a 3 and it's Andy's turn, and Andy has 1 minute. Andy has 1 minute to get there, because that's what makes these 3-ball tournaments fun. But then Andy is too late, so Andy gets a timeout. So you'll see a timeout here. Like I think that means time violation. Time violation. So now we're done, and hey everybody. Oh shoot, you're not seeing the screen. Oops. So there you go. So somebody has to yell at me. Vibe coding will not make you experienced, successful, and rich. Yeah, I would say or. Vibe coding will not make you experienced, successful, or rich. None of the above. And so we're in the middle of a pause thing, and now we can start the next round, and we see that Joe's going to have a minute. It's like, hey, Joe, you got 1 minute. Get up here, Joe. And by the way, everybody, tip your servers. Tip your servers, and the special for today is olive burgers. And olive burger and fries, $1 off. And you love the olive burgers here at the classic pub and grill. And away we go. So Joe comes up, finally hits the break, and now Joe gets it in 3. And so you'll see that Joe got 3, and it's Steve's turn. So this has got JSON, it's got a database, it's got SQLite in the back. It's a heck of a little thing, right? It's pretty impressive. So my goal is to give you a challenge that you're going to fail at. So there's 2 kind of people. If you are not a software developer and don't have any experience whatsoever, I built this for you to fail, to face plant, to be like, oh, vibe coding, if you don't know anything, is stupid. Quit listening to those people who want to give you a vibe coding workshop for $5,000. Don't listen to a teacher who says it's vibe coding. And Chris, you know the people in our faculty who think vibe coding is great, and I have passed this to them, and so far none of those students with no programming background be like, oh yeah, I got it. This is to make those students fail. And I think failing at vibe coding is far more important than succeeding at vibe coding. Now, that's the one challenge, is to make the non-programmers fail. Now, but if you are a programmer, do the vibe coding challenge. Okay? You see, I did it. So what I did is kind of insane. It's equally insane to a guy that would wear a bathrobe and bring a towel to a podcast recording, right? So let me show you how I did it. And again, there's a lesson in this as well. So if you watch this video, this is just me explaining the thing about who's Mike and where do we do it, and we were at the bar. Where are we going here at the bar? There we are at the bar. That's the classic
You
pub.
spent the morning
Yeah, we're at the classic bar. Brent went with me. Brent's not in this picture. He probably will be in a later picture. And this is the 3-ball tournament. You have 3 balls. It takes about 2 minutes. It is a very intense thing. I loved it. I'd never played it. I didn't know anything. Yeah, so it's telling you about the UI of it, etc., etc. Okay, so if you go to the end of this, you get to see. Oh, hey, there's Brent. Hi, Brent. But I digress.
Welcome to another.
I digress. Stop, Chuck. Okay, I digress. Oh, here you are. So let me put that up the right way. So on a Thursday night, Mike comes up to me and he says, "Could you build me an application?" And I say, "No." I say, "I don't have time for that." He wanted a desktop application. I hate desktop applications. So first thing I said, I think it'll be a web application, which turned out to be a good choice. And I just got busy. And he sent me the stuff. He sent me the stuff the next day. Mike is very thorough and very quick. I should hire Mike if I could, because he is very thorough. He's a perfect project manager. Because he's technically savvy, but he's just super organized. Running a bar is great for him. He goes there and everything is run well, and he does all that stuff, right? So like I didn't do it. I thought it was for that weekend. And then finally, like a week and a half later, I am taking Brent, my son, to a wheelchair floorball tournament in Fraser, Michigan. And I'm like, you know what? I'm going to record a video. And I'm just going to do this and fail, because I think that those specifications for Mike are so bad. So bad. There is no way this is going to work. And so I didn't read the specifications. I didn't start coding this. I didn't make a first version. I didn't make crap. I got Brent on the rink so he could play, and I had an hour to kill in the lobby, and they had Wi-Fi. So I hit the record button, and I brought up Coursera AI. And so the first part of this is, so it's like 2:27 on Saturday, March 14th. So you can watch the time. Come on. Come on, there you go. Oh, look, this is a t-shirt about Brent and wheelchair rugby from a few years earlier. So I start out and I just tell everybody about Mike's story, same story. Here's the specs, right? Blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, the vibe coding challenge, blah, blah, blah. And then I'm like,
a spreadsheet with a user interface mock.
So then what I do, stop. That's my prompt. I've been asked by my friend Mike, who owns a pub, to build him an online website where he can run a 3-ball pool tournament, mistype tool. He gave me a spreadsheet, user interface mock-up. It might even have some calculations for scores. Then I upload the picture. Oh no, this is it. This is ChatGPT is like, dude, I like 3-ball. I know all about 3-ball. I'm like, I don't know anything about 3-ball. So it's telling you how the 3-ball is, and it says, then I uploaded, come on, I got to upload the right thing. Where is it? It's not showing it. Somewhere. Oh, it's telling me. Oh, now I'm uploading everything. So I'm uploading all the pictures. So you see the pictures I'm uploading, and I'm like, and by the way, because you're my friend and you're my peer programmer, I'm going to introduce you to Mike. This is Mike. He's a good guy, right? So we had 30 hours between then and when the bar was going to happen. So I uploaded all the specs. And ChatGPT is asking me questions. I'm uploading the specs, right? There we go. Come on. It's just I can't stop where I want to stop. So, right? So now it's got the 2 specs. I uploaded the spreadsheet, right? And I uploaded a picture of Mike and a picture of Mike's car because, like, ChatGPT is my friend. Okay, so ChatGPT was pretty confident. It said, we can reverse engineer the rules and build a system design in about 10 minutes. The remaining 29 hours are coding. Now, it's being sarcastic here, okay? In case you don't see that, it's being sarcastic, right? So we are now at 17 minutes in, and finally, I have fed ChatGPT handwritten notes, a spreadsheet, and 2 pictures of a picture of Mike and a picture of his car. Okay, here we go. Here we go. So we're talking about the rules. It's educating me, and I didn't even know. I didn't have a plan what programming language this was going to be in. I let ChatGPT decide. I said, what do you think we should do this in? And they're like, and ChatGPT is like, well, you're a PHP guy. Again, it's my peer, right? And it's got to know me. It's like, yeah, you rockin' PHP, and I know PHP's kind of nasty, but this is quick and dirty, so let's just use PHP. And then it did something that I hadn't thought of. It's like, hey, our life will be a lot simpler if we just use SQLite and store it on local disk. Think of how easy that is. I'm like, you're a freaking genius. It should be SQLite. What a great idea. Now, for those of you who are not programmers listening along, you didn't even understand the word about SQLite, local disk. You don't know. So you can't have a conversation with ChatGPT where ChatGPT says, oh, I think PHP would be good in SQLite and local disk. I'm like, heck yeah, what a great idea. But if you're a vibe coder that just bid a $5,000 vibe coding workshop from some people who are going to be rich off of you, you don't even understand that conversation. You can't talk to your peer. You can't. You needed to have how many courses? You needed to understand SQLite and all that crap. Let's go to online.doctor. You can go to masterprogrammer.com, masterprogrammer.com. So to even understand what ChatGPT said, you need to have a strong understanding of Python for everybody and web applications for everybody and a chunk of SQL. Just to understand a comment that ChatGPT made to me in passing. Because it's a peer. It's not your slave. It's a peer. The smarter you are, the smarter it is. Your greatest accomplishments are working together. Okay. So it started asking me questions. Turns out this particular question, are the fixed order or random order? We changed that several times, and I just said, I don't know. How about we do a fixed order? It turns out it was wrong, and we changed that order. We've updated it a couple times. But it's, look, 20 minutes in, suggests a queue system. I can give you a ready-to-run PHP skeleton. That's 20 minutes. Okay? And it's building a data model for me. I have done nothing except give it a piece of paper. So listen. Okay, it's going to turn this into a concrete schema plus starter PHP. We're 26 minutes in. Let's see what happens. Yeah, because the one thing I'm always talking about with ChatGPT is like, I love talking to you, but you can't help me write code, so I'm going to use Cursor AI. Why don't you write a love note to Cursor AI? That's what I'm doing here. I'm saying, tell me give me the zip file, and then give me some instructions to Cursor AI to catch Cursor AI, because Cursor AI hasn't been part of this conversation. I really wish there was a way that the interactive AI and my desktop IDE were in cahoots. But it's okay, because I find that Cursor AI has different personality than ChatGPT. So there we go. We're going to get a zip file. Do work. I don't know what I'm doing here. Okay. Functional spec.
Cursor prompt.
Oh, here's the zip. Cursor prompt. It made me all these things, right? So I download it, where it's 36 minutes. And remember, the first 20 minutes, I was just telling them about Mike. So I'm downloading it. I'm putting it into a web hosting environment that you would learn if you took WA for E. And now I'm putting it into Cursor AI, which is my development environment that's AI enabled. And I'm it's gone, and I had to add do it. And so now, look, that is the first UI. 44 minutes in. 44 minutes in. And I didn't even start until like 20 minutes in. Where did my dad go? I'm still here, Brenny. And I got my phone on if you want to talk to me. So I had working code. And then I kept working on it. I talked to ChatGPT, and look at that. Look at the user interface. I just showed you that user interface. It's been improved since then, and I'll talk a little bit about that. But it was kind of basically working. It had the display. There's the display. And so I'm like working, and I'm talking to ChatGPT. I'm just kind of, it had built some stuff, and I'm just kind of iterating a little bit, testing it a little bit, understanding. I'm learning 3-ball while I'm doing all this, going back and forth. And so at some point, I put it up in production, and it's still on localhost, but at some point I upload it to one of my PHP servers, and then it's time to go. Here comes Brent.
One was directly in the middle, trickler.
Now, at some point, Mike will tell us he wants to track other things. He was talking on the phone about, like, if you do something the first 3 rounds,
I called
you
Mike
get
in the
some
middle of
special
it.
Prize. Okay, so we're going to need to, let me put it in GitHub, and then we'll add a feature. I don't know if my son's getting done with hockey or not, so I may run out of time here. Okay, Chuck, don't get distracted. Things out right there waiting for the one-timer on my league. So Mike Boynton gave me...
So I'm telling Brent about it.
Actually, I talked about...
Brent comes by, we talk hockey, and Brent's friends come by, and then Kev shows up.
Okay, $20 payout. Let's just... Zelko got 3 goals, 4 goals. Kev got like 1,000 goals. Like 1,000,000 goals.
Get these guys.
No, it sounds like it was a great game.
Okay, so that is for your listening pleasure and learning and listening pleasure. That's an hour and 25, of which really the hard work was like in 20 minutes. Remember, I gave it written specifications. So this is in one respect, this is a celebration of vibe coding if you're a programmer. And it's like in your face to anybody who thinks vibe coding is the answer by itself, right? So I challenged we're teaching a class on campus in vibe coding, and I have a problem with that, except the people who are doing it are very talented. So I'm sure they're not really teaching pure vibe coding. And they're probably teaching the people who are already programmers. But I'm a programmer, and using vibe coding, hardly looking at a line of code, I build this thing. But that's not the end. So I have this up in production before we leave the,
It's a multiplayer.
I have this in production before we leave. And then what I do is I send an email to Mike. And I say, play with it. And then Mike said, oh, hey, I played with your thing. I want these things, version 2 refinements. So this is Mike sending me email at like 4 in the afternoon. He said, I like it. It's pretty cool. Do this. So then I did another recording, which if you look at the YouTube, you find that, where was it? Come on. I lost it. I didn't lose it. I didn't turn the microphone on the right way. My audio's working, right? Okay. So I lost it. That wasn't very exciting. It really wasn't. I took Mike's spec. Oh, that's the version 3 refinements, which we just did. I just literally took Mike's spec. I copied and pasted. I put it into Cursor AI and had the third version. I didn't hardly know what was going on. I just vibe coded it. And so then what happens is this is Saturday night. Oh shoot, I should have been showing you what I was doing. So Saturday night I do the second version of it based on. I'll go back and show that to you because I wasn't showing it to you. That's okay. We got all the time in the world. We got 4 hours. Let me show that to you. Go back to. Okay, so this is what Mike sent me at like, I don't know, what time is it? Where's properties? You can find when Mike wrote this, properties. So Mike wrote this, oh, that's because it's downloaded, so it doesn't have the dates. But this is like Saturday afternoon at like, probably like 6 o'clock. So I did this, and then I went home. I was at home and I uploaded version 2, and then it was late and I had to go to dinner and do stuff, and so I sent a note to Mike and I said, Mike, here's version 2. I've upgraded production. I just don't think it's going to be good enough for you, but here it is. It was a good try. And so then what happened was Sunday morning at 7:30, I had my own hockey game. Remember, I play some hockey, right? And so at 7:30, I went and played hockey, and I was tired, and so I came home at like 9 o'clock, and I went to sleep because I was tired. And so then I wake up, and I check my text, and Mike has sent me some text. Let me see if I still have the text. Let me go find it. Let's go find Mike in the text. Okay, so let me switch to the camera 2. Okay. So here's the text. So at So at 10:35 p.m. Yeah, 10:35 p.m. Mike, I sent a thing that says I sent you an email with refinements, and I said I got your email. I'll try to make it work. So it was late that night, and then Sunday morning, I said, Mike, don't feel any pressure to use my app today. It needs some time because I'm coming back from my own hockey game at this point. Use the app today. It needs some pressure. If you want to run another tournament, we'll make it awesome, right? Run another tournament, make it awesome, and make sure to write everything on paper in case it totally barfs. And so then at 2:11 in the afternoon, Mike sends me this. I was asleep. I woke up to this, 2:11 in the afternoon. He said the software is working. It's really great. Here's how it looks in my bar. There's a screen. There we go. There's the bar. They're playing. I'm like, how long is it running? He said the software's working. Thank you so much. We're at the bottom of round 2. And like, oh boy, that's bad. I said, Brent and I will come by. Because Brent wanted to go too because we're going to go eat lunch at Mike's pub. And so there we go. Okay? And so they're literally running the tournament 2 o'clock in the afternoon on a Sunday using the software that I gave them. And so the next in our videos is I'm like, okay, we're walking into the bar.
I'll get my sandwich later.
So we're walking. So now there's Mike,
hi,
by the way.
everybody. We're at the bar. And it's working pretty well. Let me show you what the display is doing right now. The problem, the display, let me show you the display.
So we found bugs right away, and I had to build a whole editing interface with ChatGPT or with Coursera AI. So you see this.
Pub.
And I walk around, And so I'm just coding. And I,
Screen.
you
The
know,
other screen is
I
on.
code in between people, in between. Oh, wait, you're not seeing it. Crap. Okay, go back, Chuck. So here we are at the bar, right? And you see Mike. I gotta remember to go to the screen. I come back when I want to talk about something deep, right? So here's Mike. We're at the classic pub. It's not darts day, and so we start seeing people, and they're finding bugs right away, and the thing was screwing up by the 5th round. By the time I got there, it was screwing up, and so I had to write an editing interface with AI to make it so we could reset the game and get it working again. So I build that. I put it in production in between people, and she is writing down all the scores the whole time, and then we go edit it and we fix it all up and we edit it live. We keep working. So at some point I got this part working, and then I'm like, I think we're good. I can go get some food. So I walk across. I'm walking through the bar, I think, and I go get some food. Brent's already eaten food. Oh, they wanted a way to pause it and start it, so I did that. And then was I eating? Is that me eating food? Somewhere I'm eating food. No, we're back up at the front. Oh, now I'm eating food. I'm walking through the bar. I think it's working. So I get some food. My food comes. And then it breaks again. I go back up. So you get the blow by blow. Every bit of code I'm recording. Okay, the whole time I'm recording everything I'm coding, the game that's going on, the whole thing. Brent shows up, and we're having a good time. So that's episode 3, which episode 2 didn't exist. And then if you keep going down there, you can get to episode 4. And that is, I came back home.
Everyone was getting.
And Mike sent me some stuff, and I want to clean it up. I'd built it so fast, and I cleaned some things up, and I did whatever. So that's another hour. So I'll stop showing you all that stuff. The purpose of those videos was not to give people a tutorial on how to vibe code. It's the fact that if you know what you're doing, vibe coding is an amazing peer programmer that walks through the journey with you. If you don't know what you're doing, the conversation you're going to have with your peer programmer is just out of your reach. And I dare someone who doesn't know anything about programming to watch those 4 hours and get something out of it. You can't. And you go into some vibe coding class taught by an over-optimistic teacher and do it. And so I'm sure the teacher who teaches the vibe coding class will be like, that's not fair, it was too hard. I'm like, no, that's the real world. Specifications are crap. Specifications are useless. Specifications come from people who are not programmers. People who are writing specifications are not writing prompts for you. And I had it working in 20 minutes, but it then took 5 more hours. And I still worked on it this morning in my previous live stream. We had another, Mike is doing this again on Sunday, and so he gave me yet another set of things to fix, and I fixed that in this is the most recent thing. And I talked a little bit about how we choose the next person. He wanted the next person to be different, so I did that. As a matter of fact, I did that in the other stream toward the end of it, and I literally just pasted that into Coursera AI. Let me see if I can show that to you, if Coursera AI is smart enough to remember it. We're working on, let's open 3-ball. Let's see if the cursor chat is still there. How come it always is losing my conversations? Show me recent conversations. So this is morning. This is 4 hours ago when I was doing this. I can't show it to you because it's already done. Time violation, TV. Okay, so that was 3 o'clock in my live. Yeah. So if you look at this conversation, I basically cut and paste Mike's spec. I chose when to cut and paste them, right? I didn't cut and paste willy-nilly. I did the easy one first, and again, that's because I'm a programmer. Like, I'm going to start with an easy one. And then I wanted to revise it because I actually watched it as it was working, and I'm like, wait, I don't want that to be T.V. I want to accept TV also, right? So I was watching the whole time, reading the deltas that it was making, and I'm like, ooh, I got an idea. So that triggered in me an understanding of its thinking, because it's thinking out loud, like a pair programmer would do, right? A good pair programmer, I'd be like, oh, you're Sarah, you're working on this, great. I'm like, hey, this is Sarah. Make it so that it takes TV, right? And so it did that, and then I pasted the next round of things, right? So the next round, and these came literally from Mike, and I debated with myself in that stream. I'm like, I'm not sure these prompts are well enough formed. And I went around and around. I'm like, I'm going to write my own prompt. And I finally just said, nah, I'll just put Mike's prompt in. And of course, then I was pleasantly surprised, or it just did it. And then that was another of Mike's requests. When the game is paused, can the clock stop? Oh, crap, I'm not showing you. God bless America. I'm not showing you. Let's go back. Yeah. Yeah, okay. So I was putting Mike's specs in one at a time. Let me go back to Mike's specs. I need Brent to have a remote thing. So I just put in the first one from Mike when he's sending me email. I put it in, and I watched as it went. This is the important part. Pair programming, right? Huh, that's not working. No, that's working. Pair programming. And I watched it coding this code, and I'm like, I don't want it to be T over timeout or T.V for time violation. And so I just said, hey, let's accept TV. So it's like, sure, I did that. Again, think of this as an interaction between two software developers, both of whom are pretty talented. One is doing the work. So I'm the pair programmer for it. I'm watching what it's doing. I'm looking over its shoulder. I'm commenting all the time. And so then I paste Mike's next thing, right? And I debated with myself whether or not to go literal from Mike's literal text. And I thought, this is not as well specified as I'd like, and I was going to rewrite it, and I'm like, heck with it. So I pasted it in. I committed all the things in GitHub so that I could undo them if it blew up on me. So here you go. It did it. And of course, I'm like, oh, freaking smart. I just pasted it in, and it got it right. And of course, I am a programmer, so I know it got the right. And then I just had another thing I noticed that wasn't in Mike's request. I'm like, because the list is now static, the next player is always the next in the list. And this was the last of Mike's request. So I just put that in, and it was done. And so I committed all that and updated it, and away we go. And so this is episode 5 of this thing, which is a few hours ago, which was in the live stream, the 1 to 4 live stream. I did that. Okay, I need to stop talking about the Vibe Coding Challenge. I'd be curious if anybody does. Maybe I should do a course on the Vibe Coding Challenge. I don't know. Okay, Chuck, remember to change your screen and check if what you're sending out on the live stream. So shoot, I have been talking for an hour straight. We got 18 viewers. People hang around for about 9 minutes. Partly because I'm bored and I'm boring and I repeat myself all the time. So Brenny, do we have any questions that have been? Do we have any questions? Let me check Discord. Are you telling me, Zach, that you did it? Complete recreation. You did it, Zach? So that's cool. And if somebody does vibe coding and succeeds, I expect that their result is going to be completely different than my result. But doesn't mean it's not successful, right? That's the cool thing about AI. So I don't see any questions in. Oh, GG Horty, you just joined CA for E, and then you will come in hopefully into this, and you will get in my. If you go to CA for E, you will join. You can go to the Zoom next Tuesday and catch up and feel bad that you're like 4 weeks behind. Luckily, the first few weeks are a lot easier than the next few weeks, so this is a great time to catch up. So, let's see. What did I talk about? I don't know. You've got to do questions, but believe me, I'm not going to run out of things to say. I might run out of throat capability, but I'm not going to run out of things to say. So, like I said, I have been building this master programmer thing forever. This like 2012 is when I started Internet History Technology, and 2026. So that's 14-year span of building a curriculum for you to become a master programmer. And so I just finished Computer Architecture for Everybody, and the reason that I am doing this experiment that GG Horty just joined to was this is my beta test. And so what you'll see is you'll see things like I got some super talented students who are ahead, and so there was a bug in the lowercasing a string that Tim found. Now Tim found this like a week ago, like a month ago, and I wasn't sure and I was busy. But then Zivi, which is another student, found out about it 4 hours ago, and I'm like, oh, okay, I can't ignore this because Zivi never makes mistakes. He's rocking this whole course. And so I fixed it, and it had to do with, it was just a bug. And it was really quite interesting and cool, and I had never tested that exact thing. And I was just like, I know I can do this. AI wrote the code, and I never tested it. So part of what I do in these things is I make it so that the one that blew up was lowercasing a string. This is the one that they were complaining about. And this is quite a complex assignment. This is like almost the hardest assignment in all of Computer Architecture for Everybody, where you are supposed to lowercase a string in 6502 machine language. And so what you do is you take this uppercase string sample, and then you edit it. You could edit the machine language, but you would be insane, okay? So what you do is you edit the assembly language, and then you change it, and then you assemble it, and then you run it. So just to tell you, this is a pretty good 6502 assembler. Let me show you the documentation for this thing. This is how much documentation it has. Boom, 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 boom. Just tons of documentation. By the way, I didn't write this documentation. AI wrote it. I didn't write none of this. I have talked a lot to AI because AI didn't get all this right. They made all kinds of mistakes, and then they screwed up the accessibility of it, and I had to redo all the accessibility of it with it. So there's a lot of guidance in this particular one, but there's also a lot of AI in this particular one. And so the problem they had was, and now I've done it because I had to do it. So I got my lowercase application that I stored here. The problem is that this is kind of designed to go slow. So I'll turn on narrate execution. This is a cool feature. I didn't write it. Frickin' AI, I had to help it. I had to kind of critique what it was doing, but it did the hard work. I mean, I was doing the easy work by critiquing their work. But this is going to narrate this, and part of my goal here is for accessibility. Right?
PC0X00. Clear X register, PC0X01. Load accumulator from address 0 index with X, PC0X03. Branch if equal address 0x10.
So the problem is that this is kind of slow, so you can see it changing things, and it's changing the program counter and accumulator, etc., right? But then when I would grade it, it had this thing where it would, if it was too long, it would go 5 seconds, and then it would say you must have an infinite loop, right? So it would grade and blow up. Well, now I had it this morning. Let me see if I could find that code. Let me open CA4E, which is that auto grader, and see if I got the chat. Auto grader. Oh no! God bless America. Show me. Oh, let's make a new thing. Show me recent chats. I want a thing to go back. I mean, this is where Cursor AI doesn't like love me as much as ChatGPT, and so let's see which one it is. Because I was doing another auto grader thing at the end of the last thing, so let me find this. Nope, 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 not that one. No, no, I don't want that one. Don't. What happened? Where did it go? Where did it go? Damn you. Why can't you be more like, why? It saw my typo. So I'm just doing this. Come on. Grading timeout. Okay. Okay. So I took the code, CDC 6504, and I just said, does this have a time limit in grading? Students are making this following complaint. I copied the complaint right out of the threaded discussion that I had with Tim. So I just took Tim's thing and I just pasted into Cursor AI. Blah, blah, blah. That's exactly Tim's words. So I didn't tell it to write code. I told it to talk to me about what the problem would be. And I'm like, okay, do you want to make it so you do it slowly or just make it go fast? And so I said, let's make it go fast. And so that's when it invented fast mode and then added a note about fast mode, which you now see somewhere here. Fast mode. You're grading in fast mode. It takes up to 3 minutes. But now it runs so fast because it's like it checked to see the original strings there. The pseudo-op has the right string. It's not been modified. And then, oh, wait. Oh. So this is a failure. But that's how fast it ran. So let's do it. I forgot to assemble it. And so now I've actually taken this. This is the solution. So now I can grade my solution. And you'll see how fast it is. Here we go. Boop. Done. So it was taking like seconds. And it was going blah, blah, blah. It was tracing it all. I'm like, if you want to trace it, you just trace it the slow way. Right? And if you want it to talk while tracing, you can do that. And so it was taking so long, but if you want to run it slow, you go ahead and run it slow, and you can actually just step one instruction at a time, right? So if I do narrate execution, I can step one instruction.
PC0x07, branch if minus address 0x11.
Right? So you can do all that stuff. But again, that was so much fun to be teaching a course with active students who are talking to me about the software. So if you ever take this class in the future, you can thank Timothy and Zivi for debugging it for you and telling me exactly how to fix it. And so that's really cool. And that's why I beta test this. And that's why I, as an exchange of value with these students who are helping me debug this thing for the future students, that's why I have Zoom hours. So they come to Zoom hours and they talk to me about this stuff. So, yeah. So the C course, yeah. So the C course that you mentioned is, boop, boop. The C course is, I don't know, they're all my best work, but the C course is something just super special to me. So you'll notice that the C course, when you log in, it doesn't have any due dates. the assignments, you can see the lessons, and it tells you how much you've got done. So I'm running the C course in self-paced mode. And so you just take your time. It's a good course. This last part, this 11, this chapter 11, this module 11 is tree maps and hash maps. And it is some really beautiful, beautiful stuff. If you take a look at this, the PowerPoint for it. This is such beautiful data structure stuff. You know, and so I have to draw these pictures, right? I just start with a good picture. So that's, if you're working on CC for E, that's what you're doing. And it's just slow. You gotta just let it come into you. You gotta absorb it. You gotta get it. Because what happens is once you get it and you understand it, you can write it, but you'll make mistakes. That's one thing. Every time I ever write code like this in C, I make mistakes, and then I got to flip a thing and I got it right. So there's just no, I can't memorize this. But when you do it, and you do it without AI, it is the most beautiful feeling in the world when you do this and it finally works. And there's so many things about this where when it finally works, you can't remember it not working. And that's what like the list and dictionary object in Python are, is all this kind of stuff that's been done for you, and so we don't have to think about this. But I want you, before you become a master programmer, to understand Python, how Python does the dictionary. As a matter of fact, what's really the coolest part of this class, and I did a beta test like 2.5 years ago with on-campus students, and I finished at 10. But then they had questions about harder things, which I thought, oh, those are too hard. I'm not. So I built this new stuff, and then I started thinking, like, what in the heck is going on here? And I had this theory that I had built in this code all the way up to tree maps and hash maps. I thought that I was writing what was in Python, meaning tree maps and hash maps. Computer scientists thinks that dictionaries are hash maps and lists are linked lists. Okay, and so I taught this class. I built this class all based on structures. This is where I talked about linked lists, I think. Yeah, linked list. This is a linked list assignment, right? Classic C linked list assignment. So I thought that I had built what Python had built. And so I don't know what ever possessed me. I sent a note to Guido van Rossum, and I said, hey, Guido, can I come and interview about the implementations of lists and dictionaries? And I was very, very sure that I had done it right. So before this epilogue was built, I thought I was just going to go to Guido's house, interview him, and it was going to be a victory lap for me, right? And so that's not what happened. So I arranged, we picked a time that I was going to fly out and interview Guido at his home, beautiful home near a beach. And so I go in and is this the one? Yeah. So in this video, someday for members only, I'm just going to put up the whole raw footage of this particular interview because when I went to Guido's house, he said, I started talking to him about it. I'm like, okay, I want to talk about linked lists and I want to talk about whatever. And Guido said, I don't want to talk about this now. I don't want to talk about this at all until you come to the house and you turn your camera on. And so I started walking into this interview thinking I knew everything about Python list and dictionary objects. And so someday I'll put up the raw video where you can watch my surprise. I mean my surprise. So let's go take a look at sort of this, and I can give you a little of the backstory. So this is Guido, and the first thing I do for him, okay, I don't want to play it all. Okay, so the first thing I do, and you can see this, is I give him a signed copy of the C Code book from Kernighan and Ritchie, and I say, have you worked with this book? He goes, yeah, I saw it. I'm like, you didn't learn it? He goes, I'm not a computer scientist. He said, you understand, this is a computer science book. This isn't a book for programmers. I was just trying to solve a problem. I'm like, I said, like, if you go to chapter 6, is that how you built lists? And he goes, no. I'm like, you didn't make lists out of linked lists? And he goes, no. I'm like, then what did you do for lists? And so we go through it. So now I edited this so I'm smarter afterwards because I'm editing it after he told me how wrong I was. Let's see if I can find something. Here we go. Yeah, he's telling me about how the list came to be. And again, he's got the book, which I left him. I got a signed copy because earlier in the class I interviewed Brian Kernighan. I went out to Princeton and interviewed Brian Kernighan, and I took a bunch of books and I had him sign them, and I've been giving them as gifts. I probably have a Brian Kernighan signed copy right up here. Oh, that's the crappy one. Wait a sec. Oh, here it is. This is like the, here, I'll show you. Oh, I'm messing up my whole back thing. Here, let me go back to camera 3, right? And camera 2. Okay, so we have 2 books. This is the second edition, which is the 1984 edition. That's not the edition I used for the class. I don't really care about that one. This is the 1978 out-of-print edition. And it is signed by Brian Kernighan. And I got a bunch of these signed with Brian Kernighan, and I took it out and I gave it to him. Now the interesting thing is, let's see if I can find it up here. I don't have it. I have it somewhere. So I had a signed copy of Pascal by Nicholas Wirth. And it turns out later that Guido van Rossum put a thing out on the Python dev list that says, anybody have a copy of the book? And I said, as a matter of fact, Guido, I have a copy, and I have a signed copy signed by him, and I sent it to him. So I gave 2 signed copies of books. One is the Pascal book, and one is the C book. That is really cool. But, okay. So what's fun is, not only did I learn that dictionaries are not linked lists, lists are not linked, dictionaries are not hash maps, and lists are not linked lists. It turns out that Guido was not formally trained. Guido did not learn, like all good computer scientists, including me, about linked lists and hash maps in here. He was just trying to solve a problem. So for those of you who know C, and this is all covered in C programming for everybody, right? Why it happened and how it happened and how he took a different approach than I would take or any other computer scientist who grew up around that same time. So if you know about the dynamic memory allocation in C, it was a very bad dynamic memory allocation. It doesn't do garbage collection. It doesn't do, cleanup of fragmentation. It just barely works. And there are 2 functions you call in C to get and return dynamic memory, which one is called malloc and the other is called free. Malloc gives you a chunk of dynamic memory and free gives it back. But free has no garbage collection in it. And there was a third thing called realloc. And realloc said, I've already got a chunk of memory and I want to make it bigger. So these are like one-dimensional arrays that you could make bigger. But here's the thing. We computer scientists knew that realloc was dangerous and caused fragmentation. And so if you used realloc too much, your stack would run out of memory. But Guido didn't get the memo. He read realloc, he's like, I'm making an array of pointers actually. And I'm making an array of pointers, so that's why lists stay in order, because they're an array of pointers. And if he had if it got too big, he just reallocated it and made it bigger. If you put like 100 pointers in, and you put like 10 more, you needed to reallocate to 110, and it worked. Now, Guido will willingly admit that it led to a really dangerous out-of-memory thing. But from 1987 to 1997, nobody did serious enough work that they didn't even notice that his whole dynamic memory thing was a mess. So then I say, how do dictionaries work? Like you did hash maps, right? With chains, just like everybody does. Just like everybody does who does a programmer interview at Amazon. You got to draw a picture of hash maps and chains. I got a whole bunch of lectures about this. In case you go to a programmer interview, oops, I'm running out of water. Okay, for dictionaries, of course you did hash maps and chains like all good computer scientists. No. I'm like, oh no. What did you do? He goes, I used arrays. And I used arrays, but instead of using a linear index in the array, I used what's called closed hashing, which hashes starting point and then goes down from there. So it's not got any chains, and it's not got any. It does split when it gets too big, and there's a how full it is that tells you when it's time to split. And so he splits it, but it's hashing within an array, not hashing within chains. So when there's collisions, you just move down the array rather than add something to the chain, which is far fewer mallocs, half the mallocs, allocating of dynamic memory. Now here's the ironic thing. So that the dynamic memory structure that lived underneath list and dictionary in Python was what any self-respecting computer scientist would consider a disaster. But it didn't matter because for the first 10 years, nobody used it seriously enough. And the functionality of Python was so good and people got work done that the fact that it's got suboptimal under the covers dynamic memory didn't matter at all. And then it turns out that by the time Python became more successful in the late 90s and early 2000s, Guido was smart enough to know how bad the memory allocation was, but he was also smart enough to know that the way we computer scientists were doing memory allocation with malloc and free was also a disaster. So all they did was they rewrote their own dynamic memory allocation with garbage collection. And so they did it wrong, and then they didn't ever do it right. They kept doing it the way they were doing it, but then built better they stopped using C's memory allocation completely and built their own, because they had to do reference counting and they could then do garbage collection when they felt like it, and it was frickin' awesome. And here's the other thing, and I'm kind of getting into the weeds, but some of you will follow. If you know about dynamic hash maps and chains, think about that from a cache perspective. From a notion of cache lines and caching, it turns out that one-dimensional arrays are perfect for a cache-based architecture. Pointers that bounce randomly around the entire memory of the computer are a disaster in a cache-based architecture. So it turns out that in 1978, when we wrote the Bible of data structures and linked lists, which still is the dogma of computer science, computers didn't have caches until like 1992. They had caches, but not the way they had them in 1992, where missing cache was like a factor of 10 or 12 in terms of performance. So Python, by not using chaining and not using linked lists, was very cache friendly because it used linear memory. It used one-dimensional arrays for most of its work, which is extremely cache friendly. So by the time Python was getting more seriously used in the late 90s, the fact that it wasn't using linked lists became a benefit. And then there became Python 3.6, and there's a lecture. Let me show you this lecture. Whoop, Python 3.6. This is like this lecture here is the most beautiful thing ever, and that's why that talks about how from Python 3.6 to Python 3.7, Dictionaries went from being random ordered to ordered. And it was yet another step up in efficiency and building a really better cache-based system. And the ordered dictionaries was not put into Python so dictionaries could have an order, because they're not sorted dictionaries. That's a completely different thing. Ordered dictionaries means that dictionaries function in effect like a list with sort of short circuit key lookup. And so list and dictionary in Python 3.7 started sharing code, and the hash itself was just a more efficient way to go through an array of pointers to objects. And all I'm saying is, I teach you that. Why do I teach you that? Why is it that I teach you what happened between Python 3.6 and Python 3.7? How about you just go and ask AI, are Python dictionaries ordered? Yes, they are. Are they sorted? No, they're not. And that is because if you're going to be a great programmer, you need to have a few details of what really happens and what really goes on in there. I call it X-ray vision. You know, I want you to be able to peel away the layers of all the abstractions that we use in programming and like understand them. And you don't have to understand every abstraction. You don't have to understand everything you use. But you have to understand the nature of abstractions and how abstractions can allow for implementations that change. So by showing you the implementation of Python 3.6 with the same abstraction, and then Python 3.7, which is a superset abstraction, so ordered dictionaries are a superset of dictionaries, they just stay in order. Which meant I had to revise my course a bunch when we went from Python 3.6 to 3.7, because I'm like, dictionaries don't maintain order. Dictionaries don't maintain order. Dictionaries, and again, that's because I thought dictionaries were hash maps, but they're not. It wasn't hard to make them maintain order. So, I don't know where I was going with that. Part of the reason why I want to show you the internals of things. Okay? And there we are. No questions. Thanks, Brent. It's not surprising me. Folks, you got to come up with questions, or I'm just going to keep talking and telling you bedside stories of things. So let's see. I got a Coke here. It's probably getting warm. I must start drinking Coke. Yeah, we're still on the right shot. Okay. Move my water over here. Let's see. I made myself a set of notes to tell me what to talk about if I ran out of things to say. Discord questions, check. 3-ball, talked about 3-ball. Master Programmer, talked about Master Programmer. Vibe Coding Challenge, talked about the Vibe Coding Challenge. Oh, here's one I haven't talked about yet. It's called Podcast Surprise. Okay, so, like I said, let me just close some of these things. Go to Dr. Chuck Online, close this, close 3-ball, boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. So you have I have a generative AI certificate. Great. I'll be curious if you have a generative AI certificate and you have a computer science degree, or if you just have a generative AI certificate. We love your conversation. Well, I'm loving you listening. Thanks for your course. I start learning programming with you. Yep. Millions of people have. And I often get an email from someone 10 years later. And they're like, holy mackerel. One Python course in my life's changed forever. And that just shows that whatever course you take is not the end of a journey. It's the start of a journey. I have a saying that I love, where like, you only know where the journey begins when you finish the journey. Because every time you finish a journey, it just means a new journey is coming, and you're ready for that next journey. Okay, back. I'm watching the chat, so when you chat, I see it. I don't check Discord, but Brent, my producer, he does Discord. Oh, okay. Yeah, there we go. So Zach, of course, is always adding, which is great. he failed miserably, but he was doing the chat. Crafted the challenge well enough. Okay, that's cool. Okay. Yeah. One-dimensional arrays, cache. Yeah, he's just kind of restating some of the stuff I already talked about. X-ray vision, dictionaries. Yeah, bedside stories. Yeah, podcast surprise. Okay, let's go to podcast surprise. Goodbye. Goodbye. Dr. Chuck Online, that's useful. Goodbye. So, again, I look at this, and this is like the last 14 years of my life building these courses. And so I was ready, to talk about the master programmer. I didn't need AI. I had a plan. I had a plan to give you a certificate. I had a plan to have you pay $300 a course and give you teaching assistants and give you due dates and deadlines and get you to the point where in a year, regardless of where you were in the world, $300, and probably with some financial support for people in emerging economies, you could take what amounted to a college degree in programming that I invented. And so I was ready for that. And I was on a 10-year mission, like Star Trek, to explore brave new programming worlds and build the master programmer curriculum. And then something happened, just like in every Star Trek episode. You're exploring strange new worlds, and then something happens. You get a weird transmission from the prohibited sector, and you have to reprogram the simulation to pass it. Sorry, that's a Star Trek reference, Star Trek movie reference. And so you can guess what it was that screwed up my well-laid plans, and that was artificial intelligence. Screwed up my well-laid plans. And here, let's talk a little bit on the wide shot. So, artificial intelligence came out about 3 years ago, and I was teaching Django on campus when it happened, and all of a sudden there was this thing that could make, crazy code happen really fast. And so we got together right away as a faculty, and we're trying to figure things out. And what was cool is one of the first things we came to the conclusion was AI was not our enemy, but we didn't know how much of a friend it was. And so we started doing a bunch of things hoping to teach post-AI. Like I spent a year and a half with paper exams. And, every time I change something in my teaching, it's like, look at what you did and see what the effect of that really is. And so paper exams, I got tired of them. If you're teaching programming, you gotta do genuine things. I just want exams to be programming basis if I'm teaching programming. I tell my students in Django for Everybody on campus, I say, you are working for me. The first half of the class is like a boot camp, teaching you in a hurry, and the second half is you're an employee and you're writing code. How can I make exams that are not learning how to write code? The problem with exams is that you can use AI and you can cheat on them. And so I used paper exams for about 2 years. And then one semester, I think it's a year and a half ago, one semester, I teach these really large classes because I don't like the way universities require you to take classes and then don't give you space in them. So I have one of the few classes at the University of Michigan that I know of that has an infinite student population size. So my class every semester has a series of lectures and discussions, and the registration limit for the lecture is 1,000, and the registration limit for every discussion is 1,000, which means you're never shut out of my class. My class expands to whoever wants to take it. I don't have waiting lists. If you want in, you're going to be in. And so the problem was I was doing that, and it works because all my material's online and all my material is viewable, and so people don't have to come to every discussion. We don't hand grade everything. I've got auto graders for everything. So the class scales really nicely, and the one thing that doesn't scale is help, but then we do that with Slack, and we've hired, I have 7 teaching assistants and 30 hours of Slack and 8 hours of face-to-face office hours with those same teaching assistants. So students who get stuck get help, and that's important. But I can never really assemble my class into all one room. So if I have to do a paper exam with a class of 400 and I have a room that's only 30, then I had to go get special rooms for the exams. And so it turned out that I could not get one room to do the exam. I had to get 3 large rooms to do the midterm exam for my class, because you want everybody to sit every other thing, and then we were still in kind of the post-COVID thing, and we didn't want to pile people on top of each other. So I have my teaching assistants all go to these rooms and give out paper exams with randomization and all the stuff that you do, and then collect them. And one semester, I hope that Chris Teplovs is not listening now, but one semester we lost 1/3 of the exams. Lost them. It was really devastating and unfun. We lost 1/3 of the exams in that class. I do not know which third they were. I don't know which teaching assistant neglected to give them to me, but it was messed up logistics, and I lost 1/3. So I waited a couple of weeks to see if they would appear, and they never did. And finally, I had to give 100% to all the people who had lost exams. I'm not sure I ever really admitted it publicly to the students. They're like, "Where's my grade?" I'm like, "We're not ready yet. We're grading them." What we were doing was hunting for them. And I'm like, okay, that's the end of the paper exams. So I'm like, I'm just going to go back. And what I did was, after 2.5 years of fighting AI, I'm like, you know what? I'm going to give the exam I want to give. I'm going to give the exam that I feel is meeting the learning objective of the course. And if my students just want to use AI and cheat the crap out of it, let them. That's their problem. That's not my problem, okay? And frankly, you know, if their goal is to get an education where cheating the crap out of homework and getting an A on a midterm just by doing AI is great. Because I'm not sure you're going to, but it doesn't matter to me. I'm like, I am not going to build a class that is a prison for my students. And for the students who want to learn and are willing to do what I tell them to do, I'm not going to make a worse class. I'm going to make the best possible class I can make for students who actually care. And once I made that conclusion, that AI was my friend and I wasn't going to fight it anymore, I wasn't going to do paper exams and fight it, I'm like, well, maybe I should treat it like a friend and welcome it, not just tolerate it, but welcome it. And so every semester at the end, we go and I buy dinner for all the teaching assistants to thank them and see who wants to do it again next semester. And so that was last week. We had our little end of semester meet. And I have these wonderful, wonderful students who are my teaching assistants. They're undergrads. And one was graduating and 2 had internships and were coming back in the fall, so I get them back in the fall. But I asked them about their interview process and how they all got good jobs. Google, Amazon, again, this is University of Michigan, these are pretty good students, and so we got a lot of contacts. And so, you know, not everyone's getting jobs at Google, but our students are back to getting jobs at Google, and I think things are turning around. So we're sitting there, and I said, okay, you all got jobs, that's great. I said, how did AI fit into your interview process? And they said, oh, AI was all over it. They said, we had to prove, and this is all of them said the same thing, we had to prove we could do things without AI. Like always. That hadn't changed. You were never allowed, if you had a programming assignment, to use AI. And they said they were super clean about not using AI, because I can detect some stuff that comes in that's AI if I hand grade it. And I'm guessing if Google is going to hire you, they're going to hand grade your assignment. And if they see things, because I see things that AI does, like it's really bad at CSS. It just writes brutally ugly CSS because it's in a hurry. You know, if it's going to write a whole bunch of code in 30 seconds, it has to be in a hurry. So they had to do assignments, but then they had to then talk a lot about AI. They had to be experts in AI. So now I'm thinking to myself, I need to figure out how not only to teach the things that make you good at using AI, then I have to teach you how to use it. And I'm like, how exactly can I do that, right? What would you structure? How would you structure a course that teaches you the basics without using AI and then teaches you how to use AI? And it just turns out that I'm at the end of this 12-year process to build this curriculum. Some of my stuff is a little older, and so I need to refactor it and redo it. And so as I go back and redo things, I can think about AI from the beginning. And so I had been wanting to do an AI podcast because every week on Tuesday, my Sakai team meets. Not my team, I'm just on the team. And we have really the smartest developers I know who work on Sakai with me. And at the end of the meeting, we just start talking about AI because we finish what we have to do and we review all the patches and whatever. And then we start talking about AI, and I just like, these conversations are so great, I need to share them with the world. And so I decided that with my Master Programmer curriculum intact and with me successfully teaching, successfully using AI a lot, and you saw me using it, I love it. I don't know what I would do without it right now. I think I would just stop being a programmer. I mean, like, I think that I would just retire. And like, if you take AI away from me right now, I will not be a happy guy, right? I have done more work in the last 3 months than I've done in years. Years of work that I had planned is already done in months or weeks. So without AI, I'm like, I can't, why even bother without AI? So don't tell me that AI is going to be $1,000 a month. Don't tell me, because it'll be tough for me to make a decision. Again, don't use AI in your courses, but AI is the greatest thing ever. It's the most exciting thing ever. And so the net result is I have to refactor these. But let's go to the podcast. I'll come back to refactoring in a second. So I decided to make a podcast. And so I recorded on April 8th. I'd had a podcast that was kind of moribund that I had not been working on for a while, called the Dr. Chuck Master Programmer Podcast. But now I'm changing it. How come this doesn't say Master Programmer and AI? It's supposed to say Master Programmer and AI Podcast. I'm like, oh, hey, this is the Master Programmer and AI Podcast. And so I realized that I might as well talk about AI, talk about the Master Programmer concept, and talk about how my approach to teaching, I mean, over time, over the next months, I'm going to, in this podcast, and by the way, you can find it at podcast.drchuck.com, and like, share, and subscribe, right? That's the what we do these days, is we say like, share, and subscribe. And so I wrote my first one, and I thought it was going to be harder than it was. I actually had ChatGPT help me write the script. Let me see if I can find it. Let me pull this off camera and see if I can find the ChatGPT script. Okay, so here we are. I'm looking, trying to figure out where it told me. Okay. So I wrote it. I had written one, and then I'm like, okay, let's tighten this up, right? I do and so it really tightened it up, and it made it pretty. So if you watch that podcast, you'll see this. But this is what I wanted to show you, right? I told it, I've learned this. Wait a sec. Okay. And now I'm talking about Buzzsprout and podcasts. Wait a sec. Oh, crap. It's not. Oh, here we go. Here we go. So if you've ever used a teleprompter, and if you look on camera 3, you see I have a teleprompter, which means that I have a screen that I'm looking at. Let me see if I can show that to you. So this has a screen, and it has another thing on it. So let me see if I can turn camera 2 into a handheld camera. Well, that's not going to work very well. I'll see what I can do. This will look like crap. Okay, so there's camera 2. So this is the teleprompter that I'm looking at, right? And it's got a little screen down here, and that's where I'm seeing your chats, and I'm looking straight at it. Behind it is where the camera is, and so that's a teleprompter. So if you've ever had a teleprompter and you've ever used a teleprompter, I don't use teleprompters for my lectures, but I do if I'm going to do like a 1 or 2 minute thing. There we go, put that back. If I'm going to do a 1 or 2 minute thing, I like using the teleprompter, but I'm terrible at it. People who do teleprompters all day professionally are very good at it, right? There's no script for what I'm doing right now, but when I have a script, but then what's cool is, and I just found this by accident, right? It turns out that ChatGPT knows a lot about teleprompters. And so I say, it knows how to show me on different lines what I'm supposed to say so I don't get lost. And it writes not in prose, but in teleprompter speak, right? So let's see if I'm telling it. Yeah, and so what happens is these scripts are really easy to read, and I can all of a sudden read a 200-second thing. Right, here we go, right. So this is like, let me move this over onto my teleprompter. Whoop, put this on the teleprompter. And let me just, now I'm looking at this. So listen to what I'm about to say. This is from the podcast. In my courses, I try to make learning feel less like work and more like exploration. I design assignments like little puzzles. I tell stories about how computers evolved. I sneak in ideas that might not make sense right away, but click later. And now I'm bringing AI into that process. Not as a shortcut, but as a partner. Something that you can learn with, and sometimes you can even learn from it. Okay, so now let's go look at that. See how I read that? All cool and emotional and all that stuff, right? And so what happens is ChatGPT knows how to write it so I can breathe. And so I can finish a thought, pause, right? Right? I can finish a thought, I can pause. So let's read it this way so you can see what I'm reading. If in this moment computing feels as exciting to you as it does to me, and you want to come along for the ride as we figure this out together, how to use AI well, how to teach with AI, and how to train the next generation of master programmers as efficiently as possible, head over to podcast.drchuck.com and subscribe. I'll be sharing what I'm learning every week or so, what works, what doesn't, and what surprises me along the way. I'd love to have you along, because in this new world, the best programmers won't be the ones who type the fastest. They'll be the ones who can think the deepest. I'm Dr. Chuck, and let's learn this together. Okay? And so, I wish I would give you this somehow, and so you could try to read it yourself. Now, I mean, I'm not afraid of cameras, and I've been doing this for a long time. But what ChatGPT does for me is it takes a script that is not good prose. It's a bunch of run-on, semicolon, pause sentences, and it gives me moments to pause so I can think about how a line like, how to use AI well, how to teach with AI. I can think about how to like make those lines come to life rather than like, oh, I'm reading a word, I'm going to make a mistake, I'm going to screw up, I'm going to create a typo, and I'm going to have to start all over because I just had a bad take. So now I write a script and ChatGPT gives me ways to breathe. And it's like, holy crap, that's cool. Okay, that was just a little aside about ChatGPT helping me write scripts. So let's go to master programming. So now you know how the script for this is done. It's 3 minutes and 20 seconds, and I did it in 2 takes. I made one tiny mistake in the first one, and usually it's because I read something like, you know, like I decide to add something instead of like what works, what doesn't, and what surprises me along the way. I say like what works, what doesn't, what works well, And what? Oh, I had a word and I crash and burn. And then I have to do it again. So I learned just fix the damn thing in ChatGPT and then read it. But read it with emotion and passion and whatever. So I put this up. I put this up last week, basically. And this podcast, this thing called Buzzsprout, if you want to do a podcast, Buzzsprout is the best thing ever. It costs me like $12 a month and solves every technical problem in the universe. This gets copied into YouTube, into Spotify, Amazon, all these things, Apple, see all, right? You can see like, oh, my Apple's not working. So I'll have to fix it on Apple, but that's okay. Let's go back here. So this ended up on YouTube, this little thing, because I've got it configured to go automatically from Buzzsprout to YouTube. And I like YouTube because I started getting comments. Because part of this is to make a conversation. And so part of the Discord that you've all joined, hopefully, is to give me conversation, to give me feedback, because I don't know the answers to all this. All I'm going to do is throw stuff out there and let people react to it. And then I'm going to be way ahead of everybody else because of you. Because you tell me what's necessary. And so I wrote this. And I put it out. And I don't know if I can find it. Let me go off screen again and find, if I can, that episode on YouTube. Let me find it. Oh, I'm not seeing what I wanted to see. I'll show it to you. I must have put this somewhere else. It was the comments. And these are all just being nice, right? But there was some other thing. Let me look for it again. I want to find my channel and look up all comments. Damn it. There's a place that I can find all the comments. Okay. Damn YouTube. I can never find the stupid screen that shows me where all my comments across all my channel are. Well, how do I frickin' do that? I talk to ChatGPT like it's my therapist. Okay. Left sidebar. Go to YouTube Studio, studioyoutube.com. In the left sidebar. What the? In the left, studio.youtube.com. Community. Okay. Well, let's go starting here. Okay, so these are like all my, okay, oh, I think they were commenting on vibe coding that I talked to you before about. Yeah, okay. So what's cool about this is people comment and they get kind of grouchy, right? So here's one that says, my professor was replaced mid-course with a box. I don't quite understand what that means. I am curious about that. It's very dystopian. I'm not sure it's real. If it's real, it's Oh, I wrote a thing called Thoughts on the Use of Pro. This is for my course on thoughts of. This is a video that's really cool that I used in my course where I try to convince students not to. Damn it. Not to use AI the wrong way. And people, so I think there's some snotty comments in this one. Oh, 138 comments 8 days ago. Yeah. Okay, this is the one where everybody lost their cookies, which is good. That's what I wanted to show you. So look at these comments, right? My programming teacher told us to use AI to do the code. The text was AI generated, and AI just got amazing grades, never learned anything. So what I like about this is like, I just thought AI was like the greatest thing ever, because for me it is the greatest thing ever, you know? And so these students ending up stuck. I mean, holy mackerel, they're grumpy. Here's the replies. Horrible professor. Go to the newspaper. I'm not sure it's real. This could be just a troll. I don't know. We'll see. Right? I still hate him. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah. More replies. So I read these, and what's interesting as I read these is that I'm like, some people, where's someone in here? I'm looking for it. Okay, this is accurate. The whole problem of it is to learn something. So, okay, we'll it's not, I'm not getting the link. There's a thing I remember, and what I remembered was they said, don't make me do AI. I don't care if you think it's the best thing ever, teacher. Don't do it. I won't take a class that uses AI. And I'm like, that's kind of an interesting concept. So if I get all cool and groovy and I redo all my courses with AI as a requirement, there's a fraction of students that are going to hate me. Now they might have political or, data center, water, whatever, right? There's people that are just mad at AI because of what they think of as the environmental impact of it. And that's a good thing to talk about. And it's real enough. But then what I thought about after that was, I can't just go whole hog AI, because even though that might be a small fraction of the students, and even though the students who graduated from U of M had to know AI to get their jobs, and I want to teach AI so that they are going to be good employees at the end of the day, or desirable employees at the end of the day, I got to be careful, because AI is just not a universal thing, at least not yet, and there might be other things that go wrong with it eventually. So now I'm thinking about redesigning my curriculum. Okay, so let me show you some of what I've been thinking about. So Python for Everybody is like one of my oldest courses. And if you look at the lessons in Python for Everybody, you see something. And that is that there really are two courses in this course. There is 1 through 11, up through tuples. That is a very competent, lightweight introduction to Python. I cut that down to only the things that I thought were essential. They build upon one another. I want you to learn every one of these things because I don't make it too hard. I want you to master it. I don't want people to use AI at all in these first 11 chapters. Okay? Because I make it easy. I mean, if you're having trouble, it's not because it's hard, it's because you don't get it and you got to be patient and learn it. Okay? So 1 through 11, they need to be done without AI. Okay. But then if you look at, 12 is just regular expressions. That's just awesomeness. But if you look at 13 through 17, these are like applications. And I have little assignments in each one of these things, and people do them. And this is the courses 3, 4, and 5 on Coursera. But, people who are going to do like network programming, which we do spidering stuff, right? We do spidering, scraping. No one's going to write beautiful soup code. They're just not. They're going to look at beautiful soup and they're going to tell it to do something. So I'm like, maybe I should take the everything 13 and later and redo it with AI and show you how to use AI to do beautiful soup. Because I don't like the beautiful soup UI. The beautiful soup is hard to write, and I wrote it before AI. But if I was to write beautiful soup after AI, I would really like it a lot better, because beautiful soup is wretched in many ways, but powerful. Powerful and wretched are usually co-located, right? Web scraping. And so why not redo this stuff with AI? And then I thought to myself, how about if I say, do this first part with no AI? Just trust me on that. You want to do that. And then we got a couple of options. I could actually do this first part again with AI. So to teach people about AI, let's take like 11 weeks and go through all these slowly, painfully, to the point where you understand everything. And let's have like another 2-week class that goes through it again once you've mastered it with AI. Watch. See how great AI is? See how now that you've learned basic Python, you can talk to AI. And AI can be your partner as you're going through it. So doing a class twice. Once with AI, yeah. Beautiful soup's okay. It's hard. I bet you're using AI to help you write your code, your beautiful soup. Same with regular expressions. I use AI to do regular expressions all the time. AI loves regular expressions. So do this once slow, with as much help as you need, and then do another time sprinting through it with AI. Wouldn't that be cool? And then maybe I do the same here. I'm like, we're going to do this, and it's painful, and then go sprint through it again with AI. And so that is that's kind of what I'm thinking, right? And I'm curious what you think about a way to take a course that parts that you do without AI, parts you do with AI, maybe do things twice. And I'll just kind of, I don't know if Python for Everybody would be the first course that I rethink about it. Probably not. That's probably not. I'm not the first course I'm going to redo. Now that I've got Computer Architecture for Everybody finished, is not going to probably be Python for Everybody. The course that I'm most likely to do is actually, if you go to, let's go, goodbye. No. I do want to write more books, and I'm going to use AI to write those books, by the way. I'm already thinking about that. So the next thing I'm probably going to do, because I teach this class Django for Everybody on campus, so I like it to be like, if I want to innovate something, I often want to innovate that. So if you look at Django for Everybody, and you look at the course that came before it, which is the PHP version of it, which I still think is a wonderful course, they both have HTML lectures and CSS lectures. And you'll find that a lot of the PowerPoint between the two classes, look at that, Web02, 5 minutes, 13 minutes, 13:58. I don't have the times here. But you see that I am reusing course materials between the two. And I do this for HTML and CSS. And to some degree I do it for JavaScript as well. But this is some of my older material, because some of this is like 5 years old. And is that Discord talking to me? Yeah. Okay, there you go. So what I'm thinking about doing is redoing a modular. PHP syntax is more like C than Python, but it's not like anything. It's weird. But okay. So I'm thinking about redoing the HTML and the CSS and the JavaScript. And so if you look, I've got JavaScript, object-oriented JavaScript, and then JSON. And so I'm thinking about making a completely new course that I call, Browser Foundations for Everybody. Now I already got a www.br4e.com, which just sends to this. So I don't have that yet. That's the new course I'm working on. And that is an extraction of the material from my existing courses and rethinking it in the modern era. Because some of that stuff I've got is almost a decade old. It's not wrong. It's a perfect thing for me to redo. And then I can redo it in every one of my classes. As a matter of fact, I think some of this goes all the way back to Python for Everybody when we're doing this. And do I talk about, HTML? I thought I would have had something about HTML in here. Maybe I just assume it. But some of this object-oriented stuff, it goes all the way back to like 2011, 2012. And so I've been looking at thinking about doing HTML. And so I've also been playing with Udemy. So if you go to Computer Architecture for Everybody, boop, I put this up on, if I log out, I put this up on Udemy. And Udemy is kind of like Coursera. It's owned by Coursera. And so it's a way for me to play. And so I'm really enjoying Udemy and playing with, what are we doing here? Oh, I went to, yikes, I don't want that. Let me figure this out off screen. Oh crap. Okay, I'm logged back into Udemy. So I was kind of playing with the idea of putting this HTML course up separately. I would use it in all my other courses to make modules, but then I would just put it up separately as kind of like the foundation, browser applications, HTML and CSS. So I was just like looking at this, and so this is a cool thing. Now, one of the things that I pride myself on is really cool autograders. So if I look at this autograder, I hope this is right. Publish. Where is it? Oh, was it this one? Oh, I think this is it. Ah. Oh, next. Okay. So this is an authoring environment for on HTML and CSS, and it's all browser based because I've increasingly been doing more and more in the browser and just sending grades in the background on the server. So if you run this test, this, oh, is it working? Well, it's not. Oh, this is a hard one. I think this one is a TypeScript. Oh, there we go. Okay. So this is the test, and so this is an autograder. And this is something Udemy did. I've never seen this before. I'm like, oh. Because I'd seen how they'd had some autograder capabilities, and so it's this authoring of what the student is going to, this is the solution, and this is the unit test, and this is a little harness where you can build that. And so I'm like, hey, I'll recreate what I did. I'm like, holy crap, what is this? This is pretty cool. This is like this it call. It's a, and I'm like, I went to ChatGPT, and I'm like, hey, ChatGPT. And I'm like, Udemy has a really cool autograder thing for HTML and CSS. I'm going to give you a sample unit test that they use to autograde things. Let me know what this comes from, or how could I replicate this. So then damn it, edit. And I push in this stuff. So I put in that code that I took from their authoring environment, and it says it looks like Jasmine unit test. And I'm like, what's Jasmine? Right? And so it's like, I'm like, what's Jasmine? So I'm like, oh wow, if Jasmine is a free open source JavaScript based unit test, I could replicate this and do my own. So at the end of the last live stream, I'd been thinking about doing that. And so at the end of the last live stream, I started working on that. So this was something I was doing. I was live coding. Not that one, this one. So I started this at like 3 o'clock today. And I'm like, I want to build an autograder that can allow students to author HTML in a text window and press a grade button and have it run a simple Jasmine script to do a series of checks on the student's HTML and determine if the specs were handled. Typo everywhere. I want to start with 2 text areas for the student answer and 1 for the Jasmine patterns in folders like CDC. So I got all these autograders and there's files in it. So I said, read this, send grades the same way, and make me a new one. And so it did. It wrote all this code, and this, like, I was working on it for about an hour. The last part of my live session, I did this. And so, changed the example to do CSS, and I got increasingly sophisticated. And let me tell you how far I got. So this is like an hour of coding. I started talking about doing accessibility testing in addition, and it integrated Axe, the Axe library, into it. I mean, again, I sort of started by not even knowing what Jasmine was, and let me show you how far I've gotten. So I'm going to go to localhost, CA for E. It has nothing to do with computer architecture. I just have a testing harness here. And I got this HTML autograder, and this is something that didn't exist at 3 o'clock today. And what you're going to see is how far I got from 3 o'clock to 4 o'clock. Okay? So this is a Jasmine prototype for a future HTML autograder for me to use in my course that is... Oh, shoot, I'm not showing you. Damn it. I didn't show you any of that. I do my best work and then I'm not showing you. So this was the prompts that I didn't show you. I want to build an autograder that can to author HTML in a text window and a series of things. And this whole thing is an hour of work, me working with my super great pair programmer, doing things I know how to do, which is build autograders, except I wanted it to use Jasmine. I didn't know about Jasmine. I didn't want to learn about Jasmine. I wanted it to do. So I went and I started with a very simple one, right? And now what I've got is I've got a validator. And so this side here would be what the students would type. I don't have any assignment to tell them what to do. Like, make a style sheet and do this thing and make this red. And then there you go. And then I can say, just validate it. So if we validate it, it's going to run these unit tests over here because those are also there. I didn't write this. It wrote that. It just made up an assignment for me, and then I can have it validate the HTML. And this is, I mean, this validator, but then it added a bunch of other stuff. So these are all passing. So if I change this and I say head X and have bad HTML, and then I validate it, it goes down here. It's like, oh, head, but didn't find a slash, found slash head X, missing link, and then it starts doing some accessibility stuff. And so it's like it's missing language attribute in HTML. I'll lie and say it's Spanish. So that's going to fix it. So now you see an autograder. Yeah, I fixed it. And then if I fix this other head X thing, so imagine this is an autograder that comes after I teach a lecture, right? It's an autograder that comes after I teach a lecture. I thought I fixed that. What did I get wrong? Head is right. Okay, validate HTML. There you go. And so this looks good. And it actually has Axe, which is a even better accessibility tester, and it's all in JavaScript. And I didn't even learn how to talk to it. I would have been looking at sample code, etc. So now it's going even crazier. And now we got some contrast problems. Okay, so this has minimum color contrast. Again, I didn't have this at 3 o'clock today, and it's less than an hour to write all this stuff. So just imagine how quickly I now can write a whole course and a whole series of autograders for my HTML and CSS. And this can do JavaScript too. It's just, you have to do some stuff, and you have to capture the fetches, and you can fake it and do all kinds of stuff, just like you would do in unit tests. Because this technology over here on the right hand side, this is a unit test that I didn't write. A unit test harness that I didn't write. So that's pretty amazing, right? And so I am just sitting here right? Okay, so this is pretty exciting, right? Now I don't know what happens when I do grade. Let's grade it and see what happens. It did it done. Okay, so the one thing, so let's just keep on going. I don't think the grading works at this point. So let's just go do some live coding. If you have questions, most people want to learn Rust instead of C++. Yeah, I think it's about the same. The problem with C++ and Rust is they really depend on the industry and the company you're going to work for. They're not like Python that's kind of everywhere. So that's why I don't yet have a C++ or Rust class. If I had to decide if I was going to use C++ or Rust, I would actually do Java before that, because it seems like Java is more broadly used in either C++ or Rust. Not that I wouldn't eventually. I'll probably teach a JavaScript class before I teach a Java class, and then maybe a Java class, and then Rust or C++ might be interesting, but I don't think I'll get that far. Okay, so here we are. We're in the middle of having fixed some accessibility, and I'm pretty happy with how that's working, and I was done at the end of my last live stream. So let's pick up again. So let's send a grade back when the unit tests pass, and give the user a nice message, much like the other autograders, like in CDC 6504. So now this is LTI, Learning Tools Interoperability, and so it's going to probably add some more grade paths. It's matching the CDC, and so it's going to add some more code here to send the grade back with a web service call, and it's looking right now throughout this CDC 6504 and finding all these things and the grades and scores and whatever, and it's going to figure that all out. So let's see what it's doing. It's still thinking. It's taking a little while. I'll add one assignment key. Oh, it's going to make an assignments key, so it's making that. HTML, AutoGrader, Jasmine. Oh, man. Oh. And then so what'll happen is that, oh. So this is creating the assignments list. Let's see. Okay, that's the name of the assignments. Is index.php changing? Submit grade to LMS, right? That's code it got from another one of my things that it helped write a long time ago. So we're keeping all this. Okay. So let's just see what happens now. Because it's giving us I think, a valid thing. So let's grade it. Okay, so the grade happened. Now I think I can go in here and I can go look at my grades and see that that grade didn't come back. So that's a bad sign. I don't know what's going on here. The grade didn't go back. I mean, it was good. It was working. It was looking at the right thing. I wonder. Now let's hit refresh a bunch. Let's grade it. And it says yes. Let's I don't know. Let's do web developer tools while we're here, just for yucks. Let's grade it again. Let's look at the network tab. Let's grade it again. Excellent work. Let's see what the response looks like. So here's the thing. I'm vibe coding, but like, I need to know how to use this thing, right? So when did you learn that if you don't know how to program? When did you learn how to use browser console? All that stuff. You didn't. Sorry. Got back. I fall back to my trope, complaining about people who think vibe coding is all you need. Okay, so that's working. So now I'm confused. Oh, maybe I gotta launch it. I gotta relaunch it. Again, I know LTI, so let's go back to tools and relaunch it. So maybe I needed to give it enough LTI stuff and get the session all put together. So now let's grade it after a fresh launch. And now let's take a look at grades. That grade's not coming back. Crapperoo. Okay. Oh wait, it's not that grade book. Sorry, I'm confusing myself. It doesn't go to those grades. Let's find the grade book in here. Do we have grade book in here somewhere? Foodles. Fiddlesticks. I need to install the gradebook here. I need to install this locally. So now I'm going into the admin. Let's go and imagine install modules and let's see if that works. Oh, at least it works. So I've got to find the gradebook tool. Please have a gradebook tool. Oh, here we go. We're going to install the Sugi gradebook. This is an LTI tool. And I don't know now. Let's go back here. Go back to the store. Not that one. Go back to the store. And I think if I say grade now, yeah, there we go, grade view. So this is when I'm using this test environment. It has a little weekly blog. Oh wait, the teachers, Jane instructor. Let's go to Sue student. Let's go over here. Close this. Go here. Go into Sue student, and then do a grade. Okay. Now let's go to Sue student. Weekly blog. 414. Why is it named weekly blog? Why? It's the grade column called weekly blog. Now this is actually a hard question. Oop. I don't need to fix that. It knows that means grade. I mean grade column. See, it's going crazy. Oh, okay. This is my test harness. So now we're changing my, this is now, we're switching into my infrastructure. And again, vibe coding, no fun here, because I need to know about, we got to use the tool title as the resource link ID. So let's try that. So now what's going to happen is I'm going to have to update my own infrastructure, because this is something that I haven't tested. In my test harness, I apparently don't send grades and see if they make it. I just assume they make it, because they do. Because that part of all the sending of that stuff is so it's going to be working in this folder now. And the diffs won't show up right because it's a different repo. So I'm going to make a change here. It'll probably be in Sugi LTI store. It's in here. And we're going to make a change here. It's probably in this file test. Yeah, this is the code. Where is that? Weekly blog. Where's weekly blog in here? Yikes. This is where I thought it would test it. Where's dev data? It is looking deep. This is a lot of code it's looking for right now. This is cool for me to have. It's cool for me to have like my own open source learning management system, so that I just kind of keep fixing it and working on it, and I'll upgrade production like pretty quickly. devdata.php. Where is that? Let's open that up. It's in the store. Oh, it's in dev data. Okay. Okay. Okay, so does test look at dev data? Does it include dev data? Come on. Yep, it pulls dev data in. So like, it's moving so slowly that I'm like, I'm going to go read through this stuff. So we're going to get dev data. Yeah, it's looking for this file, things that include it. So it's found its way to test. I beat it. I found my way to test.php first. I'm going to let it figure out what to do. I think I found the key logic in Sugisort test. Yeah. Okay. I think it's got it. I think we're going. Let's go. Let's go. So this is not the same repo as the CA free repo. This is the Sugi repo. So I'm going to have to put this in a, I'm going to have to upgrade this differently. So it's made checks, it made changes. So it added 7 lines to test.php. So it's doing this. That looks pretty reasonable. Let's keep it. Let's look at this. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So we try it. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we are going to go back to the HTML autograder, get rid of that. We're going to relaunch this, and we're going to, whoops, I didn't mean to do, I don't know if I did. Let's go back to HTML autograder, let's try it. Let's switch to Student, because it auto pops up in a new thing. So we're now Student, and let's run a grade. The grade works, and now let's go back to, whoa, let's go to grade view, let's try it again. Okay, that is not a good sign. Something just went bad. Something went bad. So let's go. Let's go to the store. Let's go to HTML autograder. I think it made a mistake. So that launched. Let's go to Sue. That launched. Oh. I think I might have been switching people and screwing up the session. Okay, so let's go to grade. Grade view is, oh crap. Sue, crap. Okay, well let's do this. Okay, let's go here and let's switch to Sue. Let's do a grade. Okay. Let's not try to do this all in a bunch of different tabs. Let's go back to the store and let's go to the grade view and let's try that. And let's switch to Sue. Oh man. What just went wrong? What? Grade view, store, grade view. Why is grade view failing? It's just me finding a bug in my own stuff. Okay, now I'm like major confused. I got a half hour to figure this out. Okay, so what I'm going to do here, just to get stash and see if things just start working. Which, man, those did not look like dangerous things to do, but they might. Look at that. So these things fucked it up. Whoops. Get stash applied. Now I gotta look at it. Okay, let's go back into this thing. Test.php. This is the code that is breaking us. Seems very reasonable. What the crap? This looks so reasonable. We get a bad signature. I don't get it. So now it doesn't do much good. I did some amazing thing. I'm going to put that out in pre-tag. Resource link title. Resource link description. That looks totally okay. Why in the crap? I guess I don't need the echo pre after it dies. Man. It knows what I'm doing there. That was pretty cool. Just wondering, like, are these like not really strings or something? Is there something weird going on here? Oh, I think I'm in the wrong file, but that's okay. I'm gonna put this right here. Go over here. Get rid of this stuff. Get that working. This is not very exciting. Something is really weird. Okay, look at that, look at that. Don't do that. It's this description. What is going on with tool description? Why was that bad? Var dump. That is weird. What the heck? What is going on here? Oh. Damn it. Ha ha ha. Man. Is there something about that particular resource link description? Let's try something here. Huh. So now it's like it's something about that line is causing like this OAuth signature to not work right. This looks like a non-printing character in something. Yeah, I changed the color of my shirt since my previous one. I'm working on the thing I worked at the end, and now all of a sudden, oh, I'm gonna do that. Man, it's in the deep weeds here. Let's just let her go. Let's see if we can find it here. Oh, it has a new line in it. Do new lines mess things up? So it's that new line, I think. Oh, I hate this editor. I hate this editor. So now if I do this, after taking out the new lines, does it start working? And it works. And it works. So it's the new lines. Let's just stop this. Oh, I got it. I got it. I got it. Okay. Yeah, it's a problem of HTML and HTTP and post data that breaks it. Wow, that is like amazingly. Okay. I've been working on LTI since 2004, and I don't remember this. I'm sure I did. I have to think about this. So the problem is that LTI uses form post. It doesn't use JSON. So this is like a real deep change in. Where is that? Okay, we're going to go back to this. Back to that. Go over in this other test one. Take this out. Yeah, that's right. So it knows LTI. That's one thing, is like this LTI specification is really complex, and like it's being my peer programmer, and it's kind of like, oh, I'm glad you know some stuff about this that I don't have to explain to you. Yeah, agreed, I agree. Okay, let's see what happens here. And it works. So this is grade view. What's the grade view? Okay, so now let's go back to the store. Let's go to the HTML autograder that we were working on. And let's send a grade. Now we're going to send this as the teacher. Now we're going to switch to the grade view and see if that HTML thing made it. No. No. No, 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 no. I don't get it. Okay, let's go back to HTML. So I was testing this darn HTML thing, the last thing I was working on. Let's switch to Sue Student. Okay, so that happened. So let's close this. Let's go into grade view. So we can go look at Sue Student. What the freak? Oh, this could just be a little artifact of. Oh, the problem is the resource link ID doesn't change from launch to launch. Okay, the resource link ID is not changing, so I think what's going to happen here is if I go over to grade view, the resource link title is going to be updated, and we do the debug, and we're going to see the same resource link ID. Yeah, okay. Okay, so in the test launches, we need the resource link ID to be different. So let's make the resource link ID be like a simple hash of the launch URL. Make it be a integer, not too large, instead of a hex blob. So it can do an MD5 on something. Simple half of the launch URL. So we're only going to want this done in test.php. Okay, I'm going to be back in a second. We'll let this run for a bit. Okay, I'm back. Oh, okay, where are we at? CRC 32. Oh, that's not too bad. I like it. Okay, keep. Review next file. Keep. Context ID is okay. Context ID for all launches being the same is good, actually. So that's nice. Oops, context. Okay, so let's go. So that's that resource link ID. Let's go into the HTML auto grader. Let's try it. Let's try it as Sue. And let's grade as Sue. Okay, let's go out. Let's go out. Let's switch to the grade tool. Let's view student detail. DOS2 student has 2 grades. And look at that, the HTML auto grader is working. Oh well, I guess at least it has unhappy ending. So yeah, that's a good question. That's a good question. We're hitting 10. This was and I got some food that's been here for a while, waiting for me to waiting for me to eat. So I'm gonna wrap up here. Holy mackerel, AED investments. Let's take a look at these last few questions are good. Let me just bring them on screen here so I can read them better. So the question, let me just go ahead and go back to 4 split screen. So these are some questions. These are good because I was, yeah. So where did the new line, is it web related? The new line came from the description that I have. These have tool registrations, so that's the description. And so descriptions are in JSON. So there's this thing called register.php. And oh, it was the grade one. So let's see, is this in mod? Yeah, is this in mod grades? It's in this file register.php. So look here, see this is JSON, so you can put new lines in. And those new lines are going out as post data, and it's going in the form as new lines, but then the problem is as the serialization of post forms is messing the new lines up. So we just taught it. So if I do a get status, if I do a get diff, it's just it knows that this LTI 1.1 stuff is going, and so it's just going to normalize OAuth param for signing, and it's like, you know, white space becomes white space. Like tabs are not going to come across, and so this is, and so so I think that's what's going on. And so let's go back to let's go back here. So first off, this is not AI's fault. This is code I wrote 10 years ago. If we go find this code and we look at a blame on this line of code, let's go to, this is I think lti.php. Let's open a file. And we go find the change. And I'm not getting good diffs because I got a repo inside of a repo, and that's kind of a dumb thing. So let's go look for normalize OAuth parameters. So this is the new code, even though it doesn't show up, okay? But if we look at the code that's nearby, like right here, we can see that this was written by Charles Severance 12 years ago. And so I am finding a bug that has been in this code for 12 years. And it has to do with the fact that I just have never sent a description with a new line or any other thing. And because in my other testing, I mean, this is really not really a AI at all kind of a thing. It's impressive that AI found it once I led it to the new line thing. And then it did some extremely deep analysis to figure out where the problem was and how it could be fixed. Like, oh crap, it's a new line. And again, AI was just sort of super frickin' brilliant, right? This part here is like brilliant. And then not changing verify key and secret, absolutely, that's after the post. And so it's just, I never had done it in a way that sent that data, because there was this fake dev data that just mostly this test harness, and this test harness was never intended to be super amazing. It was working until I wanted to change the name of this thing, and I changed the name of the description, and all of a sudden a new line snuck into the description, and son of a gun if it was a post problem, and it was actually in a really low level thing. And so I don't know if AI would have ever found this just on its own, but stumbling into the bug and leading it down the path with all those print statements that I put in that really showed it that it was a new. What's the difference? It looks like a string. Oh, wait a sec, it had a new line in it. And this is just sort of beautiful, beautiful conversation with this is like a peer programmer who looked at something more deeply than I did. right? It looked at code I wrote 12 years ago, and it understood it really, really well in 90 seconds, and told me exactly what was wrong with my code, and that's super impressive. So I'm gonna tell it to keep all. Zoop. Keep all. So if I look at it, let's go look at a get diff. This is where you got to go back and forth and use your brain. Get status. So these two changes, the two store changes, were to get the data from the tool registration to actually change the name, and this was to fix the bug that exposed. And so and I told it I wanted to change the content. Okay. Yeah. So the resource link ID I want to be this. Yeah. So it's there and it looks really good. You watch this debug and I got a different resource link ID for this launch, 168 something or other. And I go to the HTML text editor and I get a different resource link ID. Looking at the debug, resource link ID is quite different there. And that means that because that resource link ID is how grades are handled, it means that when I go to the grading tool, I get 2 grades. So I never tested more than 1 grade. And I never even tried to look at the grades. But that means every one of these things will be, now I can go and do a whole bunch of things. So I can go here, let's see, let's just do 6502. Oh, this is too hard. Let me make an easier one. Go to the store. Oh, LMS test is a good one because I can just click a single link and it already, if I'm not mistaken, it already sent a score. Oh, what was the, this LMS test is an LTI 1.3 and that's not working, so that's not so good. Where's trophy? Where's my trophy tool? Damn it. I don't have trophy tool. So, okay. Let's go back to okay. So I'm supposed to eat the food on the stream, right? Yeah, we could do this. I could put my food right here. I could turn this camera down. I could go to camera 2 and you could see my food. Right, so there you go. See how that works? There's my food. So I probably won't eat that, but there you go. There's my food. It's a food stream. I'm gonna get a Fazoli's baked spaghetti with pepperoni. So there is a food stream. There you go. See that? That's a lot of fun because it's a food stream, as Isaac said. Yeah. Okay. So here's my Coke on the food stream, and I can go to the super wide shot. Hello, super wide shot. Yeah. AD, you were watching really closely as you did, so. Okay. So I will see you again. Let's go here. Let's sign off in a reasonable way. So let's go ahead and sign off. Everybody, this was kind of like my live stream to roll out my podcast at drchuck.com. And so, I'm excited about the future. I'm excited about AI. I'm excited about my master programmer idea, and things are accelerating, and AI is helping me accelerate, and I'm going to be making new courses. And what's cool is after 12 years of building courses to build the stack I wanted to build, I'm going to get to go back and refactor some courses, and not only refactor courses, but refactor courses thinking about how AI affects learning, but also how AI affects my ability to build even better courses. And so I mentioned offhand that I'm going to try to build books for every one of my courses. The only course that I have a book for right now is Python for Everybody. And I think books are great, even in the age of AI, especially with beginning learners and beginning concepts. So I've been investigating how to use AI to do books. And I've got like all the transcripts of every one of my lectures, and I got every transcript from every slide. And I can feed that into AI. I'm still working on getting high quality stuff, because eventually narrative doesn't always come from sort of fact. The stuff that I've had auto-written by AI doesn't turn out quite so well. So with that, this is the 8th hour of my live stream today to celebrate the launch of podcast.dr-chuck.com. So thank you so much for sticking around, and thank you for all your comments, and thank you for all the stuff that you do now that you're newly minted members of the Discord. And hey, Isaac, you're here at the end too. Thank you for all of your help on the Discord.